Hey, I hope your day was decent, or at least not too rough. Wherever you're listening from, maybe your bedroom, maybe your car, maybe somewhere you're not even sure how to describe, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Nighttime Stories. This is where we talk about the strange stuff, the things people don't always say out loud, the kind of stories that stick with you when everything else goes quiet. If that sounds like your kind of thing, feel free to subscribe. No pressure, just a place for people who like the darker side of things. Now relax, and let's get into tonight's first story. I was almost reluctant to write this down because it feels like something you only hear about in nightmares or horror movies. But this happened in my hometown of Cleveland, and it's been haunting the community for years. It all started with a boy named Jamie, a lively 8-year-old who loved playing at the neighborhood park. His family had planned a Sunday picnic, just a simple gathering with sandwiches, a frisbee, and laughter. But that day, Jamie disappeared without a trace. One minute he was there, and the next, gone like he'd been swallowed by the woods themselves. In the weeks leading up to that day, neighbors reported something strange. People saw a man lurking in the trees near the playground, always dressed in an old-fashioned suit, like he'd stepped out of another era. Nobody knew who he was or why he was watching, but his presence made the usual summer crowds uneasy. Jamie's parents dismissed it as someone weird, probably a local who liked wandering the park, but it never sat right with the people living nearby. Jamie himself began acting differently. He started talking about an invisible friend named Mr. Gray who came to him only in dreams. His parents thought it was harmless imagination until the stories grew darker. Jamie said, Mr. Gray whispered things that nobody else could hear, told him secrets about the woods, and warned him about the eyes that don't see. It was unsettling, and when Jamie was asked to draw Mr. Gray, the pictures were even more disturbing. He drew a tall figure with no eyes and hands so long they seemed to stretch off the page. The figure's face was blank, like an empty mask, and the arms twisted around the boy in the drawing as if holding him captive. When Jamie showed the drawings to his parents, they tried to explain it as a child's nightmare or a product of too much imagination, but deep down, they felt the chill of something else entirely. On the day Jamie vanished, the park was filled with families enjoying the sunny weather. His parents took dozens of photos, smiling faces, flying frisbees, and kids running wild. Later, when they looked at the pictures, every single one was corrupted, pixelated in strange ways and impossible to view, except for one photo taken near the edge of the woods. In the blurry background stood a figure indistinct, but unmistakably there, watching. It was the only clear image from the entire day, and it looked eerily like the man from the trees, or maybe Mr. Gray himself. The police investigation was thorough, but frustrating. There were no tracks, no signs of a struggle, nothing that could explain where Jamie had gone. Some locals whispered about the park's dark past, a forgotten history of disappearances and strange rituals rumored to have happened decades before. Others suspected a real predator was stalking the area, someone who knew the woods well and how to vanish without a trace. The mystery remains unsolved, and the woods near that park are still places people avoid after dusk. Jamie's story is told quietly now, a warning and a question that haunts the community. Was Jamie taken by a real person hiding behind a mask, or did he fall prey to something far more inexplicable? Some say the figure in the woods is still there, waiting for the next child to follow its whispers into the darkness. The days after Jamie disappeared were a blur of police activity and worried neighbors. The park, once a lively spot where families gathered and kids played, felt emptied of its usual warmth. People spoke in hushed tones about the man in the suit and Jamie's strange stories about Mr. Gray. It was as if the air itself held a tension, a shared fear that no one could fully explain. The police scoured the woods, checking every inch for clues, but all they found were deep shadows and silence. Jamie's parents were desperate for answers, clinging to hope even as the days stretched into weeks. They combed through his belongings, hoping to find a hint or a message, but the drawings of the eyeless figure with impossibly long hands remained the most unsettling clue. When asked about Mr. Gray, Jamie's little sister would sometimes say she heard him whispering in the night, but no one knew if that was real or just the echo of grief and fear spreading through the family. Locals started to come forward with their own experiences. An older woman told how her brother had vanished near those same woods decades ago, leaving behind only a tattered jacket and a whisper that the eyes don't see. Another person recalled strange rituals performed in the park's dark corners long before Jamie was born, secrets buried under the canopy of trees. Forgotten by most, these stories fed into the growing feeling that the park was more than just a playground. It was a place where the past and present tangled in ways that were hard to unravel. The police brought in specialists to examine the corrupted photos from the picnic, but the images were beyond repair. The one clear photo with the blurry figure was handed over to forensic experts who could not identify the shape. Some thought it was a trick of light or a camera glitch, but others believed it was proof of something or someone watching from the woods. The photo became a symbol of the mystery, a ghostly reminder of the boy who vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Jamie's parents tried to hold on to their daily routines, but the fear followed them everywhere. The mother stopped taking her children to the park, even during the day, and the father spent hours searching online for similar cases or legends that might explain what happened. They joined support groups for families of missing children, finding solace in shared stories but no answers. The nights were the hardest, filled with restless dreams and the faint, haunting idea that Mr. Gray might still be out there, waiting. Community volunteers organized search parties, walking the woods with flashlights and dogs, hoping to find a sign of Jamie. They called out his name into the darkness, their voices breaking the silence but met only with echoes. Despite their efforts, the forest seemed to swallow every sound, every hope. The park, once a place of laughter and life, had become a shadowed place where fear grew as thick as the underbrush. The town's atmosphere shifted. Parents whispered warnings to their children, telling them to stay close and avoid the woods after dark. Local newspapers ran stories speculating on the man in the suit, some suggesting he was a real predator using old-fashioned charm to lure children, others hinting at cult activity tied to the park's dark history. The supernatural explanation of an entity named Mr. Gray, a spirit that appeared only to children and stole their voices, was met with disbelief by some but accepted as truth by others who had seen too many unexplained things. Jamie's disappearance became a turning point for the community. The park was fenced off for months, the playground equipment covered, and the trails closed. People stopped gathering there, and the woods grew silent. The police presence remained for a long time, though no new leads emerged. The local legend of Mr. Gray grew, whispered by children afraid to go near the edge of the trees and adults who would not admit their fear aloud. One night, Jamie's mother awoke to a soft tapping on the window. She looked outside but saw only the dark outline of the trees swaying in the wind. The tapping continued, slow and rhythmic, like a heartbeat. When she called out, the sound stopped. No one else heard it, and she never spoke of it to anyone. But it was enough to remind her that the mystery was still alive, that whatever had taken her son was not gone. Months passed with no change. The forest held its secrets tightly, and the boy remained missing. Families held vigils and prayed, hoping for a miracle. Jamie's story became part of the town's folklore, a cautionary tale passed down and whispered in the dark. But beneath the stories and speculation lay a raw, aching reality, the loss of a child and the unanswered questions that would never fully go away. For those who knew Jamie and those who watched from afar, the question lingered. Was the man in the old-fashioned suit a real person, a predator hidden in plain sight? Was the park's dark past a shadow cast long and deep enough to trap the innocent? Or was Mr. Gray something beyond human, a supernatural force that could reach into dreams and snatch away children no one else could see? No one could say for sure. The woods kept their silence, the trees stood witness, and the boy vanished without a trace. The weeks after Jamie disappeared blurred into a haze of worry and unanswered questions. The park, once full of laughter and sunshine, felt cold and empty. Every time I passed by, I felt the weight of the silence pressing down on me. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches swaying gently in the breeze but somehow heavier, as if they held secrets they were unwilling to share. I kept thinking about the man in the old-fashioned suit, that eyeless figure with long claw-like hands Jamie had drawn, and the whispered stories about Mr. Gray. The mixture of the real and the unreal tangled inside my head, making it hard to know what to believe. Jamie's parents were broken in ways you cannot fix with words or time. They clung to memories and moments, grasping at any clue that might bring their son back. Friends and neighbors tried to support them, but there was a distance that no one could bridge. The police came and went, their presence a reminder of the unknown, but their search was a search for ghosts. No footprints, no signs, no whispers from the woods, just empty space where a boy once was. The corrupted photos from the picnic became a strange symbol of loss and mystery. Every image was a distortion of what should have been a joyful day. The one clear photo, with that blurry figure lurking in the background, haunted many. People studied it again and again, hoping to catch something, anything. Was it really the man from the trees? Was it Mr. Gray? Or was it something else altogether? Something beyond human understanding? Locals started talking in hushed voices about the park's past. They told stories of disappearances long forgotten, of rituals and gatherings held in the woods, secrets passed down from generation to generation. Some said the park was cursed, a place where the veil between this world and another was thin and fragile. Others dismissed it as superstition, unwilling to confront the darkness lurking beneath their town's surface. But for those who looked closely, the evidence was there, stories etched into old newspapers, worn grave markers in forgotten cemeteries, and the never-ending silence where voices once were. Families stopped visiting the park. Parents warned their children to stay close and never wander near the tree line. Even during the day, the woods felt foreboding, a place where unseen eyes watched from the shadows. Playground swings swayed slowly in the breeze, empty but moving, as if pushed by invisible hands. The laughter that once filled the air was replaced by whispers and the rustle of leaves, sounds that carried with them a deep unease. One evening, Jamie's mother sat alone by the window, staring out at the darkening park. She had taken to lighting candles in Jamie's room and leaving the door open just a crack, hoping that if he ever tried to come back, he would find his way home. The wind whispered through the trees, and she thought she heard a soft tapping at the window. Her heart leapt, but when she looked, there was nothing there but shadows and the faint glow of street lights. She said nothing to anyone, keeping the moment locked inside, a secret between her and the night. The town organized vigils and search parties, but the forest kept its secrets. Volunteers walked the trails with flashlights and dogs, calling out Jamie's name, their voices swallowed by the vastness of the woods. The fear that gripped the community was a constant undercurrent, a reminder that some things do not come back, no matter how hard you search. In the quiet moments, I thought about Mr. Gray and the stories Jamie told. Was he a spirit, a ghost, or a trick of the mind? Did the woodsman really steal voices and lure children deeper into the forest? Or was he a metaphor for something darker, fear, loss, and the unknown? The line between legend and reality blurred until it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. I remembered Jamie's drawings, the long hands that stretched off the page, and the empty face with no eyes. Those images stayed with me, haunting my thoughts and dreams. They were not just a child's nightmare, but a glimpse into something real and terrible, a presence that had taken him away and refused to let go. The police never found Jamie, or any concrete evidence to explain his disappearance. The case went cold, filed away with others that haunted the town's history. But for the families left behind, the pain never faded. They lived with the question of what happened, carrying it with them like a shadow. Some nights, I imagine walking through those woods and hearing the whisper of a voice calling my name. I wonder what I would do if I saw the figure in the old-fashioned suit, or caught a glimpse of Mr. Gray watching from the trees. Would I run, scream, or listen? The answers remain lost in the dark. Jamie's story became a cautionary tale, a warning whispered to children who play near the edge of the woods and to parents who watch over them with wary eyes. It is a reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some shadows linger longer than we want to believe. The boy who vanished at the park is gone, but the silence he left behind is loud. It echoes through the trees, carried on the wind, and settles in the hearts of those who remember. And somewhere deep in the forest, the watcher waits, patient and unseen, ready to claim the next voice that dares to wander too close. After months had passed since Jamie vanished, the park remained a place few dared to visit. The swings swayed softly in the breeze, creaking against the silence that had settled over the neighborhood like a heavy fog. Parents warned their children to stay far away from the woods, and the local police kept a watchful eye on the area, though the investigation had reached a frustrating dead end. People whispered about the man in the suit, about Mr. Gray, and the strange corrupted photos, but the truth remained elusive. Jamie's parents lived in a state of suspended grief. Their home was full of memories, the empty spaces echoing with the sounds of a boy who was no longer there. His drawings of the faceless man with impossibly long hands were tucked away in a box, a haunting reminder of the nightmare no one could explain. They clung to hope, attending vigils and speaking to anyone who might hold a clue, but each day that passed without answers felt like another step further from their son. Locals who had once enjoyed the park began to avoid it altogether. The woods seemed darker, the air thicker with an unspoken fear. Some said they heard whispers in the wind, soft voices calling names that should never be spoken aloud. Others spoke of shadows moving between the trees, figures glimpsed out of the corner of an eye, always just beyond reach. The legend of Mr. Gray took on a life of its own, blending with stories of past disappearances and strange rituals linked to the forest. Despite the fear, some were drawn to the park. Paranormal investigators came and went, hoping to capture evidence of the supernatural. They left with static recordings and blurred photos, unable to explain the oppressive feeling that clung to the place. Some visitors claimed to feel watched, to hear faint whispers echoing through the leaves. The woodsman, they said, was patient and cunning, waiting for the next child to follow the call. One evening, Jamie's mother received a letter. It was unsigned, written in shaky handwriting on yellowed paper. The message was brief and chilling. He watches, he waits, the children listen. Beware the eyes that do not see. The letter offered no answers, only deepened the mystery and fear that had gripped the family. It was a reminder that, whatever had taken Jamie, was still out there, still alive in the shadows. Jamie's little sister began to exhibit strange behaviors. She would stare into the distance, whispering about an invisible friend who visited her at night. Her drawings, once innocent and bright, now depicted shadowy figures with long hands and blank faces. Her parents grew worried, fearing that the darkness surrounding Jamie's disappearance was reaching out to her as well. Community meetings were held to discuss the park's future. Some called for it to be closed permanently. Others wanted to preserve it, but with increased security and surveillance. The debate divided the town, reflecting the tension between wanting to remember and the desire to forget. But no decision could erase the feeling that the park was more than just a place. It was a threshold to something unseen and dangerous. Psychologists offered help to families affected by the disappearances, trying to explain the fears and visions as manifestations of trauma and grief. They encouraged storytelling and sharing, hoping to bring healing through understanding. Yet for many, the line between reality and nightmare remained blurred. The stories of Mr. Gray and the faceless man in the drawings were not easily dismissed. Late at night, some reported seeing lights flickering in the woods, strange shapes moving just beyond the glow of street lamps. Others heard faint music, lullabies carried on the breeze, sounding both beautiful and haunting. The woodsman's game, it seemed, was far from over. One afternoon, a local historian uncovered old records about the park's land. Decades ago, it had been the site of gatherings for a secretive group rumored to practice occult rituals. The rituals involved calling on spirits from beyond, offering voices and souls in exchange for power. The group disbanded years before, but the marks of their ceremonies remained, etched into the land and possibly bound to the forest itself. This revelation sent ripples through the community. The darkness surrounding the park was no longer just folklore but tied to a tangible history. Some believed that Mr. Gray was the lingering spirit of those rituals, a guardian or a curse that continued to claim victims. Others thought the man in the suit was a remnant of that past, a figure trapped between worlds. The town rallied to bring light back to the park. New security measures were put in place, patrols increased, and a memorial was erected for Jamie and the other missing children. Yet the woods held onto their secrets tightly, the shadows deeper, and the silence heavier than ever. For Jamie's family, the struggle continued. The missing boy's story became a part of their lives, a wound that refused to heal. They kept his drawings close, telling stories to keep his memory alive, and praying for a day when the truth would come to light. They lived with the fear that Mr. Gray, or the faceless man, might return, waiting for the next moment to reach out from the darkness. The boy who vanished at the park remained a haunting mystery, a reminder that some places carry shadows far longer than anyone expects. The woodsman, the invisible friend, and the corrupted photographs were threads woven into a tapestry of loss and fear, a story still unfolding in the quiet corners of the town. In the end, no one knew what had truly taken Jamie, or where he might be, but the questions lingered, whispered by the wind and carried through the rustling leaves. What watches from the trees? Who steals the voices of children? And what waits in the dark for those who dare to listen? The park had become a quiet place, wrapped in a silence that felt heavier than the trees around it. Even months after Jamie disappeared, the community had not found peace. The man in the old-fashioned suit remained a figure of whispers, a shadow no one dared approach. Jamie's parents were caught in an endless cycle of hope and despair, searching for answers in a mystery that refused to unravel. I remember the way the empty swings creaked in the wind, and how the forest seemed to close in, as if hiding the secrets it guarded so closely. At night, I would think about the corrupted photos taken during that last picnic, the images that refused to show the day in a clear light. One photo stood apart, showing the blurred figure in the woods, distant but undeniably there. Experts could not explain the digital corruption, and to the community, it became a symbol of the unknown. That single blurry image held more weight than any words, capturing the fear and uncertainty that clung to every corner of the town. Locals began telling stories again, piecing together bits of history and folklore with their own experiences. They spoke of old rituals said to have taken place on the park grounds decades ago, secret meetings, whispered chants, and offerings made to forces beyond comprehension. These tales, once dismissed as superstition, gained a new seriousness as more people came forward with eerie accounts of strange lights, unexplainable sounds, and the feeling of being watched. The woodsman, or Mr. Gray, became more than a ghost story. He was a presence in the minds and hearts of those who lived nearby. Jamie's little sister grew quiet over time, her innocence overshadowed by the loss and the lingering shadows. Sometimes she would clutch a drawing of the faceless man, tracing the long stretched hands with her fingers, as if trying to understand what they meant. Her parents feared that the darkness that took Jamie had touched her too, that the invisible friend she whispered about might be more than just imagination. The family held tightly to each other, their lives forever altered by the unseen. Community meetings were held to decide the fate of the park. Some wanted to shut it down completely, to erase the place that had become a symbol of tragedy. Others argued to preserve it with added security, to honor the memory of the children lost, and to keep hope alive for answers. The debate was fierce, revealing the deep divides between fear and resilience, between wanting to forget and needing to remember. Mental health professionals stepped in to support families affected by the disappearances, offering counseling and guidance. They spoke about trauma, grief, and the ways the mind can create or distort memories in the face of pain. Yet for many, the stories of Mr. Gray and the faceless man were too real to dismiss, as mere hallucinations. The thin line between reality and the supernatural blurred for those living with loss. One evening, a volunteer who had joined countless search parties found an old weathered box buried beneath the roots of a giant oak tree near the park's edge. Inside were faded photographs, hand-drawn maps, and a small journal belonging to a child who had vanished from the area decades before Jamie. The entries spoke of fear, loneliness, and a shadowy figure who appeared in dreams and reality alike. The discovery sent ripples through the community, rekindling hope and fear in equal measure. The investigation was reopened, and new searches were organized, but the forest held its secrets tightly. The woodsman's game, whatever it was, seemed to have no end. Some nights, volunteers heard soft chanting or saw flickering lights deep within the trees, but when approached, there was nothing but empty space and cold wind. The park became a place where the past and present intertwined in ways that defied understanding. Despite the fear and sorrow, acts of remembrance and healing took root. Memorials were created, candles lit, and stories shared to keep the children's memories alive. The community found strength in coming together, in facing the darkness even when it felt impossible to fight. The park, once a place of fear, slowly transformed into a symbol of resilience, a place where hope could grow amidst the shadows. Jamie's parents began speaking openly about their son's story, sharing the drawings, the dreams, and the unanswered questions. They urged others to listen to the whispers in the wind, to the silent cries of the lost, and to the warnings that sometimes come in the form of shadows with two long hands. Their courage inspired others to confront the mystery, to seek truth even when it was painful and elusive. The woodsman, or whatever force haunted those trees, remained a part of the town's collective memory. He was a reminder of the fragility of safety, the mysteries that dwell just beyond sight, and the power of stories to both terrify and heal. Children were warned, parents remained vigilant, and the forest stood as a silent witness to the lives forever changed. In the end, no one could say for certain what took Jamie or where he might be. The blurred figure in the photograph remained a ghostly enigma, a symbol of the unknown that refuses to be forgotten. The park's shadows held their secrets close, and the whispers of Mr. Gray echoed through the trees, waiting for the next voice to carry their story forward. The day finally came when the park reopened. After years of locked gates and hushed fears, the playground was cleaned, the trails cleared, and new security cameras installed. Families returned cautiously, their laughter hesitant but hopeful, as if reclaiming a place that had once been shadowed by grief. The memory of Jamie, of course, remained. His disappearance was woven into the fabric of the community, a wound that had never fully healed, but one that people were learning to carry with strength. Jamie's parents stood at the edge of the park during the reopening ceremony. They held a small plaque in memory of their son and all the missing children, a reminder to never forget and never stop searching for answers. The crowd was silent as the plaque was unveiled, some faces tear-streaked, others set with quiet determination. It was a moment both heartbreaking and hopeful, a symbol of resilience born from tragedy. In the years since Jamie vanished, the investigation took unexpected turns. New evidence emerged from an anonymous tip, leading authorities to a remote cabin miles from the park. Inside, they found remnants of old rituals and disturbing symbols that echoed the stories of the town's dark past. Among the items was a collection of photographs showing children, some unidentified, standing near a figure whose face was obscured, but whose presence matched descriptions of the man in the suit and the faceless entity from Jamie's drawings. Though the authorities never recovered Jamie or definitively solved his disappearance, the discoveries shed light on a disturbing network that had haunted the area for decades. A group with ties to occult practices and sinister intentions had used the forest as a hunting ground. This chilling revelation brought some measure of justice and understanding, though the scars on the community remained deep. For Jamie's family, the new information was both a relief and a fresh source of pain. They finally understood that Jamie had been caught in something far beyond a simple missing child case, but they still longed for closure, for a sign that he was safe or at peace. They worked with support groups, helping other families affected by similar tragedies, turning their grief into purpose. The legend of Mr. Gray evolved too, no longer just a frightening ghost story told to scare children. Mr. Gray became a symbol of vigilance and the need to protect the vulnerable. Parents taught their children to be cautious but not fearful, encouraging them to trust their instincts and speak up if something felt wrong. The forest remained, its shadows deeper and its secrets darker than ever. But the town had changed. It had learned to face the unknown with courage, to honor the past while building a safer future. The park was no longer a place of fear, but a place of remembrance and resilience. Jamie's story inspired many to look beyond appearances and listen to the whispers beneath the surface. The faceless man with long hands, the corrupted photographs, and the invisible friend were parts of a puzzle that reminded everyone of the thin line between innocence and danger, between reality and the shadows lurking just out of sight. Years later, the park still holds a quiet energy, a space where laughter mingles with memory, and every rustling leaf seems to carry a story. Some say that on certain evenings, when the light is just right, you can see a figure watching from the woods, not with malice but with a haunting presence that reminds us of those who are lost but not forgotten. In the end, the boy who vanished at the park became more than a mystery. He became a beacon, a call to awareness, and a testament to the strength of community in the face of the unknown. The woods may keep their secrets, but the stories live on, whispered from one generation to the next, urging us to watch, to listen, and to protect. And so the park remains both a place of joy and sorrow, a reminder of what was lost and what still can be saved. The past has not been erased, but it has been met with courage, compassion, and an unyielding hope that one day all shadows will be brought into the light. So, this happened last fall. I wasn't planning to write about it honestly. I thought maybe talking about it would just make it feel more real, and I wasn't sure I wanted that. But it's been months, and I still think about it almost every day. Not the whole trip, just certain moments. Anyway, we stayed at this place up north, in Maine, a little lake town that mostly shuts down after Labor Day. Everything about it was kind of perfect at first. The kind of thing you daydream about when you're stuck in traffic or scrolling through Zillow listings you'll never afford. The trees were already starting to turn, the lake was glassy and still, and the house itself was way nicer than I expected for the price. It was an old farmhouse that had been renovated into a rental. White siding, green shutters, big front porch with a swing. No neighbors in sight, just trees and water. When we got there, it felt like the middle of nowhere in a good way. The listing said rustic, but the inside was cozy and modern in that Pinterest barn chic way. Mismatched mugs, a wood stove that probably hadn't worked in a decade, big old mirrors and exposed beams. It even had one of those antique coat racks in the foyer. My daughter thought it looked like something from a haunted mansion, which, in hindsight, yeah. We were only supposed to be there for 5 days, just a little family getaway before school picked up again. Me, my wife Erin, and our daughter Nora, who had just turned 9. She'd been begging for a vacation with real nature, and this place definitely fit the bill. The first day was uneventful in the best possible way. We unpacked, made sandwiches, explored the yard, and let Nora drag us down to the water's edge. She spent a solid hour trying to skip rocks and naming all the chipmunks she saw. That night, we made pasta and played Uno until she started falling asleep mid-turn. It felt like the first time in forever we'd all been relaxed at the same time. It wasn't until the next morning that things started to feel a little off. I was the first one up. I've always been kind of a light sleeper, and the old wooden floors creaked like hell, so I tried to move as quietly as possible. I brewed a cup of coffee and took it out to the porch. The air had that cold edge to it that tells you summer's over, even if the sun hasn't quite admitted it yet. When I came back inside, I figured I'd shower before Erin or Nora got up. The downstairs bathroom was tiny, just a toilet, sink, and one of those old-school medicine cabinets with the mirror on the front. I remember wiping condensation off the mirror after the shower, then doing that thing where you check yourself out for no real reason. I leaned in to fix my hair, and that's when I saw it. A handprint. It was faint, but there, just below eye level, like someone had pressed their palm against the glass and then stepped away. The weird thing was that it wasn't fogged. It was actually clearer than the rest of the mirror, like the oils from someone's skin had repelled the steam in that exact shape. I stared at it for a few seconds, just standing there in my towel, trying to remember if maybe I'd touched the mirror earlier without realizing it. But I hadn't. I was sure of that. And more than that, no one else had been in the bathroom. The door had been shut all morning. I'd been the first one up. I even checked our bedroom door creaks like hell when it opens, and I would have heard if Erin or Nora had moved around. I wiped the mirror again with the hand towel and the print vanished. Just like that. I didn't say anything about it. It felt too dumb to mention, especially when everything else had been so nice so far. We'd only been there for a day. I told myself it was probably left over from the cleaners, or just some weird residue from when the mirror steamed up. Still, it stuck with me. Later that afternoon, Nora came inside looking kind of quiet. She'd been out in the backyard collecting acorns or something, so I asked if she was tired. She said no, but when Erin came in from reading on the porch and asked the same thing, Nora finally spoke up. "Someone knocked on my window last night." It was one of those moments where my brain didn't even register what she meant at first. I think I said something like, "What?" like a tree branch, and she shook her head. No, it was a knock, like a real knock. She held up her little fist and tapped the side of her hand against her arm to demonstrate. 3 times. I thought it was you or Mom, but I looked out and nobody was there. Erin gave me a look over her shoulder, like, "Are you gonna say something?" I just shrugged. "Nora, it was probably just something falling or the wind. You sure it wasn't part of a dream? She looked unsure. Maybe. I was really sleepy. We left it at that. We didn't want to freak her out. But Aaron brought it up to me later when Nora was outside again. You think that's just her imagination? She asked. I mean, probably. She's been watching those ghost hunting YouTubers again. Still weird. I didn't say anything, but I was thinking about the mirror. I almost told Aaron then. I probably should have, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. It wasn't until the next morning that we found the footprint. And that's when everything shifted. I found it by accident. It was early again, around 6:30. I hadn't slept much. Not because anything had happened, just, I don't know. I kept waking up every couple of hours, like my body knew something my brain hadn't caught on to yet. I was up before the girls again and went upstairs to grab a hoodie I'd left in the laundry room the night before. The laundry room was at the end of the upstairs hallway, just past the bedrooms. The light switch is outside the room, which I still think is a weird choice. I flicked it on, stepped inside, grabbed the hoodie off the dryer, and then something on the floor caught my eye. A mark, a smudge. At first I thought it was just dirt. Someone must have tracked something in, but when I crouched down I could see the shape, the heel, the ball, 5 distinct toes, not a sock print. A bare foot. It was faint, but definitely there. And here's the thing that really got me. It was facing the wrong direction. Like whoever left it had been walking toward the stairs from deeper in the house, not coming in from outside, and it was the only one. No prints before it, none after. Just one, by itself, pressed into the wood like someone had stepped out of thin air. I stood there for a few seconds, just trying to make it make sense. I even checked the bottom of my own foot, just to rule myself out. Dry as a bone, no dirt. I hadn't been barefoot all morning anyway. Neither had Aaron, and Nora's feet were way smaller. Still, I wiped it up with a damp paper towel. I didn't want Nora to see it and get spooked again. Or Aaron, if I'm being honest. She already seemed on edge after the window thing. She played it cool in front of Nora, but I could tell. At breakfast, I decided to test the waters a little. You sleep okay? I asked, mostly to Nora. She shrugged, busy demolishing a bowl of cereal. No more weird knocks? I said it with a little smile, trying to keep it light. She looked up, spoon halfway to her mouth. No, but I kept thinking I heard something. Aaron looked up too. Like what? I don't know. It was like little sounds, like footsteps. But I think it was just my brain being dumb. She went back to eating, and Aaron gave me that look again. Not suspicious exactly, just unsure. We spent most of that day outside, trying to distract ourselves. It helped, sort of. We took Nora on a hike around the lake trail, brought sandwiches in a cooler, and stopped to let her take photos with the disposable camera we bought at a gas station on the way in. She was finally warming up to the place again, which made me feel better. But the whole time, I couldn't stop thinking about that footprint, the shape of it, the direction it was facing, the fact that it was alone. I waited until Nora was playing on the dock that evening to mention it to Aaron. I told her about the mirror too. She didn't say anything at first, just stared at me like I was making it up. Then finally, "Why didn't you say anything?" "I don't know," I admitted. "I thought I was overthinking it. I didn't want to freak you out." "Okay, but," she ran a hand through her hair, "that's two things now. Three, if you count what Nora said. That's not nothing." "I know." We both looked out at Nora, who was crouched at the edge of the dock, tossing breadcrumbs into the water like she was summoning ducks that didn't exist. "You think someone could have been in the house?" Aaron asked. "No. I checked everything this morning. Front door was locked, windows were all shut." "What about last night?" That part stuck with me. I hadn't checked last night. Not really. We'd gone to bed around 10, watched a little TV on Aaron's laptop, then fell asleep. No alarms, no noises, nothing like that. Still, the thought crept in. What if someone had been inside? Even just for a second. That night, I triple-checked the locks. Front door, side door, back door. Even the windows, which were all painted shut anyway. I slid a dining chair under the knob of the back door like I'd seen in movies, even though I wasn't totally sure that did anything. Erin watched, but didn't say anything. I think she was glad I was doing it. We all went to bed a little earlier than the night before. Nora wanted to keep the hallway light on, which wasn't like her, but we said yes, just in case. The upstairs bathroom light was motion censored and kept flicking on whenever the cat walked past it, which scared the crap out of me at 2 a.m. I didn't sleep well again. I kept hearing things, soft creaks, the wind through the trees, the usual noises of an old house settling, but now every little sound felt sharp, like it meant something. Around 3, I got up to pee. I didn't want to, but I had to. The bathroom was cold and smelled faintly of old soap and the peppermint stuff Nora uses in her hair. I didn't look in the mirror. When I stepped back into the hallway, I froze. For a second, I thought I saw something move at the far end, just past the laundry room. Not a person, more like a shadow shifting where there shouldn't be one, but when I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was my eyes adjusting to the dark. I even walked down there and flipped the light on, just to prove it. Nothing. Empty. Still, I didn't sleep after that. Just lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for morning. At breakfast, Erin said she thought she heard a thump in the night, like something falling, but nothing was out of place. Nora seemed fine, if a little quieter than usual. She kept looking toward the stairs like she was waiting for something to come down them. And that's when I decided to call the rental owner. Just to ask. Not to accuse anyone of anything, just to ask. If anyone else had stayed here recently, if there was anything we should know about the place. I expected a cheerful, "Oh, it's just the pipes," kind of answer. What I got instead was a long pause. Then the owner cleared his throat. "There may have been a situation with the last guests," he said. "Why do you ask?" I didn't even know what to say. "You should have told us that when we booked," I finally said. "I didn't think it would matter," he said quietly. "They were supposed to leave 2 weeks ago, but they brought someone extra, someone who wasn't on the booking. And they never officially checked out." I felt cold, just numb. "What do you mean they never checked out?" "They just stopped answering," he said. "We assumed they left. The cleaners said the place looked empty." "But what if they didn't?" He didn't answer that. And I didn't ask again. I didn't tell Aaron right away. I mean, what was I even supposed to say? Hey, the guy who owns this house casually admitted that someone stayed here and might never have left. But don't worry, he's pretty sure the place was empty. I just stood in the kitchen for a while, phone still in my hand, pretending to scroll through emails. Erin was out on the porch with her tea. Nora was drawing at the table, doing that thing where she talks to herself in little made-up voices. Everything looked so normal. I didn't want to shatter it, not yet. So I waited. Instead, I went upstairs and checked the entire house again, every closet, every cabinet, even under the beds, which felt a little childish, but I did it anyway. I opened the attic hatch in the hallway, nothing but dust and insulation. I knocked on the walls. I pushed at the back panels of the linen closet just in case it had some creepy crawl space no one told us about. Nothing. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Later I asked the owner for more details, trying to keep the conversation casual. He said the original guests were a couple from Connecticut, early 30s. They booked for a week, then extended their stay 3 more days. But the cleaner showed up after checkout and found the place empty, no sign of anyone, no personal stuff left behind. But the neighbors said they brought someone else, he told me. A third person, younger guy, I think. Someone who didn't show up on the reservation. I asked if he'd ever gotten in touch with them again. He just said no, that they stopped answering emails and calls, that he filed a complaint with the rental platform, but nothing came of it. I asked if he called the cops. He hesitated again. No signs of anything illegal, he said. The house was clean, doors locked, nothing broken. If they left someone behind, they must have come back for them. I hung up without saying much. I was trying to keep it together for Nora, who had started asking if we could go home early. She didn't say why, and I didn't push. But I think she felt it too, the tension that had started filling up the space between us, like humidity before a storm. That night, everything came to a head. It started just after midnight. I'd been in bed for hours but hadn't managed to sleep. Erin was turned away from me, completely still, which usually meant she was awake too. The house was dead quiet. No wind, no creaks. Even the old pipes had gone silent. And then 3 soft knocks. Not on our door, on Nora's. I sat up straight. Erin did too at the exact same time. She looked at me wide-eyed. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. We both got out of bed without speaking. I didn't even grab anything, just moved. Nora's room was across the hall. The door was shut, and there was no sound on the other side. I knocked gently and opened it before she answered. She was sitting up in bed, covers pulled to her chest. "There was someone at my door," she said quietly. "I heard them." I looked around her room. No open windows, nothing moved, no sign of anything again. But it wasn't just the knock this time. There were smudges on the door, like fingerprints, right at her height, 5 of them, smeared slightly like someone had run their hand down the wood. Erin saw them too. I looked over and she was already pulling Nora's suitcase out from under the bed, stuffing clothes in without folding anything. "We're leaving," she said. And honestly, I didn't argue. I helped pack. We didn't talk much, just moved. Nora was shaking, but she didn't cry. I told her to keep her hoodie on, and she nodded like she was trying not to fall apart. She looked older than 9 all of a sudden. We were in the car in less than 15 minutes. The sun wasn't even close to up yet. As we pulled away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out onto the porch behind us. Nothing. We drove to a diner about 30 miles south, one of those 24-hour ones you forget exist until you need one. The coffee was awful and the eggs were rubbery, but I didn't care. Aaron and I sat across from each other, silently staring at our plates, while Nora drew ghosts on her napkin. I finally told Aaron what the owner had said. She didn't say much, just, I knew something was off. After breakfast, we booked a hotel closer to Portland and stayed there the next 2 nights. We didn't go back to the lake house, not even to check out properly. I sent the owner a message and left the keys under a flower pot on the porch. He messaged back 2 days later, just, understood. That was it. Nora didn't want to talk about what happened. We tried gently, but she shut down every time we brought it up. I think part of her was afraid we'd tell her she imagined it, and part of her was afraid we'd say she didn't. The weirdest part? A week after we got home, a disposable camera roll came in the mail. No note, just a cardboard sleeve with Nora's name on it. We hadn't developed the one from the trip yet. I figured maybe Aaron did it and forgot to mention it. But she swore she didn't. We opened the sleeve together. It was the same camera, all right, Nora's handwriting on the little sticker, and most of the pictures were hers. Trees, chipmunks, the lake, a blurry one of me flipping a pancake. Then came the last 5. One was a photo of the upstairs hallway taken at night, it looked like. No flash. Almost completely dark except for the faint outline of the railing. The next was Nora's bedroom door, closed, no one in the frame. Then the bathroom mirror, not the whole room, just the mirror, centered perfectly. And then the attic hatch, shot from below. The final one was, I don't even know how to describe it. It was black, almost entirely, except in the center, where there was something, a shape. It looked like a person crouched low to the ground, as if they were ducking under something. You could barely see it, but the eyes caught the flash. They were open, and they were looking directly into the camera. I didn't tell Nora about the photos. I mean, how could I? She was just starting to seem normal again, eating better, sleeping through the night, laughing at dumb cartoons. Every now and then she'd get quiet for no reason, or jump at small noises, but I figured that was just going to take time. Same for Aaron. She threw herself back into work like nothing happened. She never brought up the house again. She wouldn't even say the word lake. But I couldn't let it go, not completely. At first I tried. I buried the camera envelope in a junk drawer, stopped checking the rental listing, made myself stop going over every detail in my head, but it was like my brain refused to move on. I'd be driving to work and suddenly wonder if the camera had a timer function, if someone could have taken those photos without Nora knowing. One night I got so fixated, I pulled the camera back out and checked the model online. Disposable Kodak fun saver, no timer, no remote. You can't take pictures without someone physically clicking the button. So who took them? It ate at me in a slow, quiet way. I didn't tell anyone how much time I was spending thinking about it, especially Erin. She already thought I was spiraling, and maybe I was. 3 weeks after we got back, I called the rental owner again. I told myself I just wanted closure, that if I could get one more solid answer, I could finally drop it. He picked up on the second ring, sounded groggy. I apologized for bothering him, said we'd stayed in the house last month and I just had some follow-up questions. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You're the one with the kid." I said yes. Another pause. "Is she okay?" he asked, genuinely, not like small talk. It sounded like someone who actually wasn't sure if she'd made it out all right. "She's fine," I said, "mostly." He sighed like that answer made him feel worse, not better. "I should have taken it off the market," he said. "What do you mean?" He told me that after we left, the next guests lasted one night, a couple with a dog. They messaged him the next morning and said the place had a weird energy, that the dog wouldn't go upstairs, that they kept hearing movement in the walls. He refunded them, no argument, just sent the money back. "Was there anything in the house when you went back?" I asked. "After us?" "No," he said. "It was clean, locked up, same as before." But he didn't sound sure. He didn't hang up until I asked him flat out if anyone had ever died there. He said no, not as far as he knew, but the way he said it, "not as far as I know," made my skin crawl. That was the last time I spoke to him. I thought about reporting it. I even looked up how. There's no real process for "something's wrong with this Airbnb," not unless someone gets hurt, and technically no one had. Still, I filed a complaint through the site, just to have it on record. I kept it vague, said the place made us uncomfortable, that my daughter didn't feel safe there. They sent back a generic email thanking me for the feedback. A few days later, I checked the listing again. It was gone. Just removed completely, like it never existed. That should have made me feel better. I thought it would. It didn't. Because here's the thing. Once you've experienced something you can't explain, really can't, it kind of breaks your brain a little. You start second, guessing everything, every noise in the house, every open door you don't remember opening. I started waking up at 3:15 every night, not exactly on the dot, but close enough to feel weird. And there were other things too, small things. One morning, I found a wet footprint in the hallway outside our bathroom. No one had showered yet. Aaron brushed it off, said maybe the cat had stepped in the sink, even though he never does that. But I checked his paws. They were clean. Another night I found a handprint on the back of our bedroom mirror, a small one, like a child's. I wiped it off without telling anyone. I don't know why I didn't say anything. Maybe I thought if I didn't name it, it couldn't grow. But Nora noticed something was wrong. She didn't ask questions, not directly, but she started sleeping with the light on again. She asked if she could move her bed so it didn't face the window. She started drawing things that made me uncomfortable. Long hallways, dark doors, shadowy figures standing just out of frame. Sometimes she'd cross them out with so much pressure the paper would tear. Aaron saw one of them and asked if everything was okay at school. Nora said yeah, but she wouldn't meet her eyes. Then, one night, about a month after we got back, she came into our room. It was just after midnight. I was still awake, lying there with that familiar tight feeling in my chest. "Can I sleep with you guys?" she whispered. Aaron moved over and pulled back the blanket without even asking why. Once she was settled between us, I asked as gently as I could, "Did you have a bad dream?" She didn't answer right away. Then she whispered, "He's still looking." I didn't know what that meant. I wanted to ask, but Erin shushed me and rubbed her back until she fell asleep. I just stared at the ceiling. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day I went back to that junk drawer and pulled out the camera envelope again. I looked at that last photo for a long time, the shape crouched low, the pale dots of its eyes. And I realized something I hadn't before. The camera was angled upward, like someone had been holding it at chest level and pointed it toward the floor, not standing height, not eye level. It had been taken by a child, which means Nora didn't forget taking it. She lied. I didn't confront Nora right away. I thought about it, I even rehearsed what I'd say, but something about the idea made me hesitate. She was just a kid. I didn't want to accuse her of lying. I just wanted to understand. For a couple days, I kept watching her, not in a creepy way, just noticing. She was still herself mostly. She laughed at cartoons. She told me when her class hamster died like it actually bummed her out. But there were moments when she seemed far away, like I'd ask her a question and she'd blink before answering, like she had to come back from wherever she'd gone. I asked her about the trip once, just lightly while we were in the car. "What was your favorite part of the lake house?" She didn't answer for a long time. Then she said, "The dock." "Not the house?" She shook her head. The house felt weird. I nodded. "You never told me what you saw. That night, someone knocked." She glanced at me but didn't say anything. "Nora?" "I didn't see anything," she said. "That's the problem." I let it go after that. That night, after she went to bed, I sat on the edge of the couch with the photo in my hands again. That final one, the dark one. I brought it close to the lamp and studied every inch of it. The shape was so hard to define, you couldn't make out a face, just the idea of one. The way it crouched low, not like it was scared, more like it was waiting. And the eyes, that's what stuck with me. They didn't look human. Not in a dramatic way, no glowing or unnatural features. Just blank, wide. Like whatever it was didn't understand what it was looking at, or maybe didn't care. I flipped the photo over, just white on the back. I held it up to the light, thinking maybe there was something written on it in pencil, but there wasn't. Still, I couldn't shake the idea that something had posed for that photo, that it had looked into the lens on purpose. After that, the dreams started. Not violent or gory, just strange, quiet. The kind of dreams that feel more like memories than nightmares. In one of them, I was standing in the upstairs hallway of the lake house, barefoot. I wasn't doing anything, just standing there, looking toward the laundry room. And some shape was crouched in the shadows at the end, just barely visible. I couldn't move, I couldn't blink. And the longer I stood there, the more I became aware that it was the one watching me. I'd wake up sweating, heart racing, sometimes halfway off the bed like I was trying to get away from something. I started sleeping with the hallway light on again, just like Nora. A few nights later, I came home late from work. Erin was already in bed. Nora was supposed to be too, but when I passed her room, I saw the light was still on. Not the overhead light, just the little desk lamp she sometimes used to read. I knocked and opened the door. She was sitting on the floor, cross-legged, facing the mirror, the same kind we'd bought her last year, full-length, oval, mounted on a wooden stand. She didn't look at me. "What are you doing?" I asked. She turned slowly, like she was waking up from something. Her eyes were glassy. "I thought I saw something," she said. "In the mirror?" She nodded. I sat down beside her. "Like what?" "I don't know." She pulled her knees up. "It wasn't clear. Like it was trying to look like me, but it didn't know how." That sentence hit me harder than it should have. It was too specific, too real. "Have you seen it before?" She hesitated, then shook her head. But I didn't believe her. She didn't sleep in her room that night. I let her stay on the couch with a blanket and some cartoons. Erin didn't ask why. She just looked at me like she already knew something was happening that we didn't know how to stop. That weekend, I went looking for the other family, the one who stayed at the house before us. I know that sounds crazy, but I couldn't stop thinking about what the rental owner said, that they brought someone else, someone who wasn't supposed to be there, and that they just left. I still had the booking confirmation in my email. I used it to check the listing again, not the live one. It was gone, but the archived version that Google had cached. From there, I got the name of the property management company, just a generic-sounding outfit that handled a bunch of vacation homes in the area. I called and pretended to be someone looking to book for next year, asked if the lake house was available. The woman on the phone was polite but confused. "That listing's been pulled," she said. "Do you know why?" She paused. "I'm not really allowed to discuss that." "Was there a police report or something?" "Sir, is this about a prior stay?" I didn't answer. I think my silence said enough. Then, after a long pause, she lowered her voice. "There was an incident," she said, "but it didn't happen to any of our guests, not officially." "What does that mean?" "I can't say more. I really can't. But, off the record, if I were you, I wouldn't go looking." I hung up before she could say anything else. The next day, I noticed something strange with Nora's drawings. She'd started a new sketchbook. Same stuff at first: animals, trees, cartoon characters. But halfway through, they started getting darker. Literally, thick black crayon covering half the page. Stick figures with their faces scribbled out. A little girl standing in front of a mirror, with two shadows behind her. In one, she'd drawn the lake house. I recognized the shape of it right away, but all the windows were blacked out, and something was crouched on the roof. I asked her about it. She said, "That's not the house, that's the copy." I didn't ask what that meant. Later, after she went to bed, I flipped through the sketchbook again. The last page was blank, except for one sentence written in shaky pencil. He remembers where we went. That night, I locked every door in the house. But I didn't sleep. And I kept the lights on. It's been almost a year since the lake house. I've rewritten this story in my head 100 different ways, some versions scarier, some more rational. I kept thinking that maybe, if I could just land on the right version, I'd finally be able to file it away in that mental drawer where we keep all the weird, half-remembered stuff from our lives. But I'm starting to realize that's not how it works. Some things don't get tied up neatly. They don't offer you closure. They just end. And if you're lucky, you get to decide when. So this is me doing that, ending it. Here's what finally happened. A few weeks after I found Nora's drawing, the one that said he remembers where we went, I sat down with her. Really sat down, no distractions, no jokes. Just me and her on the back porch one late Saturday morning, while Aaron was out getting groceries. I didn't try to sneak up on it. I didn't treat it like a trap or a therapy session. I just asked her, "What do you remember about that trip?" She was quiet for a while. I let her take her time. Eventually she said, "I remember feeling watched." "By what?" She looked down at her knees. "Not a person." I nodded. "Was it in the house?" Another long pause. "I think it followed us there. Or maybe it was already there, and we brought something it liked." I didn't ask her to explain. Honestly, I don't think she could have. But then she said something I'll never forget. It didn't want to hurt us. It just wanted to stay. That shook me more than anything else. Because it made a strange kind of sense. We kept waiting for something violent to happen, but it never did. It just lingered, observed, left pieces of itself around like forgotten laundry. That handprint, the knock, the photo, whatever it wasn't trying to scare us. It was trying to settle in, like it was learning how to be human by mimicking us. After that conversation, things changed. Slowly, but they did. Nora started sleeping in her room again. The lights stayed on for a while, but eventually she stopped needing them. The drawings became brighter, less dark, less chaotic. The shadows shrank. Her therapist said she was processing well. I think that's probably true. Aaron and I talked more too. Really talked. For a while, we'd both been pretending it hadn't affected us. But it had. It's hard to explain what it feels like to be scared in your own home, not of a person, but of the possibility that the world is thinner than you thought, that there's something just beyond it, watching. She told me she'd been having dreams too, mostly of doors she couldn't open, or mirrors that showed the wrong room behind her, but they'd faded over time, just like mine did. There were no more footprints, no more smudges, no photos in the mail. And still it lingered in the back of my head. He remembers where we went. It almost felt like a warning, but it also felt like a truth. Because even as life started to feel normal again, school drop-offs, Saturday chores, lunch leftovers in the fridge, I couldn't forget that house. So one day, I went back, alone. I didn't tell Aaron. I didn't even plan it, really. I had a work trip a couple towns over and realized I was only an hour and a half from the lake. I told myself I just wanted to see if the house was still there. If maybe I'd built it up in my head. It was still there. Same white siding, same green shutters, same porch swing, swaying slightly in the breeze like someone had just gotten up from it. There was no for rent sign, no sign of life at all. Just tall grass and a bird bath full of leaves. I parked down the road and walked up to the edge of the property, but I didn't go in. I just stood there. And I don't know how to explain this part in a way that doesn't sound made up, but I'll try. I felt something let go. It wasn't dramatic, no rush of wind, no voices in the trees, just a lightness, like tension I didn't even realize I was carrying had loosened from my chest. Whatever had been there, it wasn't anymore. I didn't feel watched. I didn't feel anything really, just tired. I stood there for a few more minutes, took one last look at the windows, and walked back to the car. On the drive home, I didn't replay anything in my head. I didn't try to dissect it. I didn't feel the need. That was the last time I thought of the lake house in the way I used to, as a threat, as something unfinished. Now, when I think of it, I mostly just feel a little sad. Not for us, for it. Because if I'm right, if it was trying to learn, trying to be close to something it couldn't quite touch, then maybe all those little things weren't warnings. Maybe they were attempts, bad ones, sure. Unnerving, but not malicious. Just lonely. And maybe we were the first ones to really see it. Maybe that's why it followed us home for a while. Maybe we reminded it of something. I'll never know. I'm okay with that. Nora's fine. She still draws, but it's all sunshine and animals now. Last week she brought home a school project about her favorite place in nature, and she picked the lake. When I asked her why, she said, because it was quiet, and I like quiet places now. I just smiled. I think part of her remembers more than she says, but maybe that's her way of letting it go too. Aaron and I are better. We talk more. We're planning a trip this fall somewhere warmer. Maybe a beach this time. No cabins, no attics. Just sand and sun and overpriced ice cream. And me? I sleep through the night again. Not always, but often. The mirror's clean. The house feels like ours again. Sometimes when it's late and the house is still, I'll catch myself listening, just for a second, just to make sure the silence is empty. It always is, and that's enough. So yeah, that's what happened. That's all of it. Not a ghost story, not exactly. Just a strange thing that happened to a regular family in a quiet house by a quiet lake. And we're okay now. We really are. I was on a solo backpacking trip deep in Vermont, far from cell service and the noise of civilization. I wanted to get away, clear my head, and maybe find some peace in the woods. What I did not expect was to feel like I was being watched every single night. It started on the second night, just after I set up camp. I was sitting by the fire, the flames flickering and casting long shadows through the pines, when I caught sight of a figure standing just at the edge of the clearing. At first I thought it was another hiker, but there was something off about him. He was tall and thin, almost gaunt, with long limbs that looked too big for his body. He did not move closer or say anything. He just stood there watching. I called out once, thinking maybe he was lost or needed help, but he vanished into the trees before I could get a response. After that night, the figure appeared every evening, always the same spot, just beyond the firelight, standing motionless among the pines. I tried to tell myself it was a trick of the light, or my imagination running wild after a long day on the trail, but the feeling of being watched was too strong to ignore. Sometimes I thought I could hear soft footsteps among the leaves or a faint rustling that stopped whenever I turned to look. During the day, I asked a few locals in the small towns nearby if they had heard any stories about strange people or legends in the woods. Most shrugged and smiled nervously, but one old man leaned in close and whispered about the woodsman. He said the woodsman was a ghost or spirit who steals voices to lure hikers deeper into the forest, trapping them forever. It sounded like a scary tale to keep people away from certain areas, but it made me wonder if what I was seeing was more than just a person. On the fourth night, something changed. As I lay in my tent trying to fall asleep, I heard whispering coming from just outside the tree line. The voice was soft and low, like the wind passing through the branches, but the words were clear and chilling. The woodsman was saying things only I knew, secrets from my childhood that I had never told anyone. It felt like he was inside my head, speaking directly to me, stripping away the walls I had built around those memories. I sat up trembling, shining my flashlight toward the trees. The light caught a figure moving between the trunks, tall and thin, just like before. He was closer now, but still out of reach. I wanted to scream or run, but my body was frozen, trapped by fear and disbelief. The whispers stopped, replaced by silence that was heavy and thick. I lay back down, heart pounding, unsure if I had imagined the whole thing or if it was real. Each night after that, the whispers returned, sometimes louder, sometimes barely audible. They told stories of my past, mixing truth and shadow, weaving a web I could not escape. I started to dread the darkness, the silence, and the watchful eyes hiding in the pines. I kept telling myself I would leave the next morning, but something held me there, like the woodsman was waiting for me to make a choice. On the final night, I saw him again, this time closer, standing at the edge of my campfire's glow. But there was something different. The face was mine, or at least it looked like mine, twisted and shadowed, wearing an expression that I could not place. It was as if the woodsman had learned from me, taken my voice and my image to become something more dangerous and unknowable. I did not sleep that night. I packed my things before dawn and left the forest as fast as I could. The image of that face burned into my mind. Now that I am back in the city, I still hear the whispering sometimes, faint and distant, reminding me that the woodsman is always watching, waiting. I do not know if what I saw was a real person stalking me, a cult playing some twisted game, or a forest spirit learning from those who cross its path. Maybe it is all of these things, or none of them. All I know is that when you are alone in the woods, the shadows have eyes, and the silence has a voice. The days after that second night felt strangely heavy, as if the woods had shifted somehow, settling into a rhythm I could neither predict nor escape. I tried to focus on the trail ahead, to drown out the feeling of those long, thin eyes watching me from the tree line. Every time I stopped to set up camp or make a fire, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that figure standing silently among the pines. But when I turned, there was only empty forest, quiet and still except for the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. The thing is, you learn to live with that quiet, even when it's filled with a tension you cannot shake. On the third day, I met a couple of locals in a small town nestled near the edge of the forest. I asked about any stories or warnings, hoping to make sense of the strange presence I'd been feeling. The older man I spoke with lowered his voice and said, "People talk about the woodsman. He's been watching those trails for longer than anyone can remember. They say he steals voices, luring travelers deeper until they're lost forever." It sounded like a tale to scare hikers away from the woods, but the look in his eyes made me doubt it was just a story. That evening, as I sat near the fire, the temperature seemed to drop. The flames flickered and cast erratic shadows on the surrounding trees. I thought I heard movement, soft footsteps brushing through the fallen leaves beyond the glow. My flashlight barely cut through the darkness. Then I heard a whisper, faint at first, so low I thought it might be the wind. But the words were clear and unsettling. The voice spoke fragments from my past, details from my childhood, memories I never shared with anyone. It was as if someone had been listening to my secrets, gathering them in the dark. I froze, my heart beating hard enough to echo in my ears. I swung the flashlight toward the trees, and for a moment I caught the outline of a figure, tall and thin, just beyond the edge of the light. It stood motionless, like a statue carved from shadow and silence. I wanted to speak, to ask who he was or what he wanted, but no words came. The whispers faded into the night, leaving only the heavy silence that pressed down around me. Sleep was elusive after that. My dreams became restless, filled with endless forests and unseen eyes. Sometimes I dreamed of being followed by the tall figure, his face always hidden just out of focus. Other times the woodsman seemed to mimic me, wearing my features but twisted, like a reflection in a warped mirror. I would wake with sweat-soaked sheets, the feeling of being watched still clinging to my skin. Despite the fear, I kept moving forward. There was a strange pull, a mix of dread and curiosity that made me want to understand the woodsman's purpose. What was the game he was playing? Was he real or some part of the forest's spirit? Or was it something darker, like a cult preying on lone hikers? I had no answers, only questions that tangled tighter with every step I took. One afternoon, while following a narrow trail, I stumbled upon a small clearing. The ground was covered with old, weathered carving symbols etched into bark and stone. They looked like warnings or rituals, faded but still sharp enough to send a shiver down my spine. I sat down, studying the carvings, feeling like I was touching pieces of a puzzle that stretched beyond my understanding. The woodsman's presence felt stronger here, as if the air itself held his watchful gaze. That night, I decided to confront the fear head-on. I built a bigger fire and sat with my back to the trees, eyes scanning every shadow. As the hours passed, the whispers returned, weaving through the crackling flames. This time, the voice was clearer, softer, almost coaxing. It spoke my name, then spoke of things I had buried deep inside regrets, secrets, and fears I thought were long forgotten. I spoke back, though my voice trembled. I told the woodsman I was not afraid to listen, that I wanted to understand. The whispers softened and then faded, leaving a silence that felt less oppressive than before. Maybe he was trying to communicate, not just haunt. The next morning, I found a small bundle near the edge of the clearing, a collection of twigs tied with a faded ribbon, and a smooth stone, painted with strange markings. I picked them up carefully, feeling a strange warmth pass through me. It was as if the woodsman had left me a token, a sign that he knew I was listening. The days that followed were a strange balance of fear and fragile connection. The woodsman appeared less often at the edge of my camp, his figure flickering in and out like a half-remembered dream. The whispers changed too, becoming less accusatory and more like a story being told slowly, piece by piece. I knew my time in the forest was limited. The solitude was part of why I came, but the weight of those nights was starting to crush the peace I sought. I promised myself I would leave once I had understood enough, even if I never fully unraveled the woodsman's mystery. On the final night before I planned to hike out, I sat by the dying fire, the stars bright above the dark canopy. I thought I was alone until I caught movement beyond the trees. A figure stepped into the light, tall and thin as always, but this time something was different. The face was mine, or a twisted version of it. His eyes held all the secrets and fears I had tried to hide. I felt a chill that ran deeper than the cold air. It was as if the woodsman was not just watching me but becoming a part of me, wearing my face as a mask. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was rooted to the spot. Then slowly, the figure vanished into the pines, leaving me with the lingering echo of a whisper. The forest remembers. I packed my things at first light and left the woods behind. The weight lifted slightly, but the memory of those nights, the whispers, and the face in the shadows stayed with me. Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the city, I swear I hear the woodsman's voice, reminding me that the forest is never truly gone. The mornings after those nights felt surreal, like waking from a dream I was not sure was mine to begin with. The forest around me looked the samatol pines stretching to the sky, soft moss underfoot, birds chirping, but everything felt charged with something I could not see. The air was thick with memories I could not place, like the woods were holding on to secrets just out of reach. I packed my gear slowly, half expecting the tall figure to appear once more at the edge of my camp, but each time there was only silence. I found myself thinking about the stories the locals had shared. The woodsman who steals voices sounded like a myth crafted to keep people away, but after hearing those whispered secrets in the dark, I knew there was more to it. The idea that something or someone could gather pieces of you, the things you thought were safe in your mind, and use them to draw you deeper into the forest, was terrifying. It made me question how much of myself I had already lost out there. On the trail I noticed subtle changes. The trees seemed closer, their shadows deeper. The path narrowed and twisted in ways that did not make sense. I stopped trusting the familiar markers I had set, afraid they might lead me somewhere I did not want to go. Every rustle in the leaves, every snap of a twig felt like a warning. I would freeze, listening for footsteps or breathing, but only the wind answered. One afternoon I came across an old cabin, half hidden by overgrown brush. The wood was weathered and dark, the windows shattered or boarded up. It looked abandoned, but something about it drew me closer. I circled the cabin slowly, noticing carvings on the doorframe symbols I did not recognize, but that seemed familiar somehow. I ran my fingers over the grooves, feeling a strange energy pulse beneath my skin. Inside, the cabin was empty except for a worn journal lying on a broken table. The pages were yellowed and brittle, filled with messy handwriting that told the story of a man who had lived there decades ago. He wrote of loneliness, fear, and an entity in the woods that watched and whispered. His words echoed my own experiences, confirming that the woodsman was more than just a story. The journal spoke of a game, a test, or a trap, and warned to beware the voice that steals your own. That night, I camped near the cabin, my mind racing with questions and fear. The whispers returned, softer but more insistent. They spoke in my voice, twisting my memories and fears into a tangled web. I clutched my notebook, scribbling fragments of what I heard, desperate to hold on to reality. The tall figure appeared briefly in the firelight's edge, his face obscured but his presence undeniable. Sleep did not come easily. I lay awake, haunted by the echoes of the woodsman's voice and the feeling that he was learning, adapting. The forest no longer felt like a place of peace, but a living entity that fed on fear and memory. I wondered if I was being tested, or if I was already lost in a game I could not win. The next day, I followed a faint path deeper into the woods, drawn by a mixture of dread and curiosity. The trees closed in, the light dimmed, and the air grew colder. I found symbols etched into bark and stones, signs of rituals or warnings left by others who had encountered the woodsman. I felt like I was stepping into a story much larger than myself, a story that stretched beyond time. At one point, I came upon a clearing where the ground was disturbed, fresh footprints in the soft earth. They were too large and elongated to be any animal I knew, and they led away into the shadows. I felt a chill run down my spine, knowing I was being watched more closely than ever. I hesitated, wondering if turning back was an option, but the pull to understand was stronger. That evening, the woodsman's voice was clearer than ever. He spoke my name, called out fragments of my past, and spoke of fears I thought buried deep. It was intimate and terrifying. I realized that the woodsman was not just a shadow in the trees, but a reflection of my own fears, a mirror showing what I tried to hide from myself. I spoke aloud, telling him I was not afraid to face the darkness, that I would not let him consume me. The whispers faltered, and for a moment, silence filled the night. It was a fragile peace, but it felt like progress. The days that followed were a mix of fear and hope. I kept walking, learning the language of the woods, reading the signs and confronting the shadows. The woodsman appeared less often, sometimes only as a flicker in the corner of my eye or a whisper carried by the wind. On the last night before I planned to leave, I sat by my campfire under a sky heavy with stars. The forest was silent, the air still. Then, from the edge of the clearing, the tall figure stepped forward, his face fully visible, now my own face, twisted and shadowed. It was a moment that froze me in place, the lines between hunter and hunted blurring. He spoke no words, only stared with eyes that held all the secrets and fears I carried. I felt a strange calm wash over me, as if the woodsman was not my enemy, but a part of me I had to understand. At dawn, I packed up and left the forest behind, carrying with me the memory of the woodsman and the lessons of the shadows. The journey was far from over, but I felt stronger, ready to face whatever came next. The forest felt different on that fourth day, as if it was watching me as much as I was watching it. I could not tell if the trees were closing in, or if I was just imagining things, but the sense of being followed grew heavier with each step. The sun filtered through the pine needles in dappled patterns, but the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, darkening the path ahead. My pack felt heavier, and my thoughts swirled with memories I did not want to face. I stopped by a small stream to rest and fill my water bottle. The sound of running water was soothing, but even there, I felt eyes on me. I kept glancing at the tree line, half expecting to see the tall figure standing motionless, waiting. My mind kept replaying the whispers from the night before, the way the woodsman spoke in my voice, naming things I thought buried deep. The idea that this presence could reach inside me, twist my own fears against me, was terrifying. I thought about the locals and their stories again. The woodsman who steals voices seemed less like a legend now and more like a warning. What did it mean to steal a voice? Was it just a metaphor for luring people deeper into the forest, or was there something more sinister? I wondered if the woodsman collected pieces of those who wandered here, leaving only echoes behind. I pressed on, my feet crunching on dry leaves and broken twigs. The forest was quiet except for the occasional bird call and the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I found old carvings on tree trunks, symbols I could not decipher, but that felt charged with meaning. Some looked like warnings, others like invitations. It was as if I was walking through a language written in bark and stone. That evening, I set up camp in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines. The fire crackled to life, sending sparks into the cool air. I ate in silence, trying to ignore the feeling that I was not alone. As darkness fell, the whispers returned, soft and persistent. They drifted through the trees, weaving in and out of the firelight. The words were fragments, stories half told, names spoken in a voice that was both mine and not mine. I tried to respond, speaking aloud that I was here, that I was listening, and that I was not afraid. The whispers paused, then a quiet laughter floated through the branches. It was neither kind nor cruel, just something ancient and knowing. I lay back, staring at the stars, feeling small beneath the vastness of the sky and the weight of the forest around me. Sleep was broken and uneasy. I dreamed of wandering through endless woods, searching for a voice that called my name but slipped away whenever I reached out. The tall figure appeared again, sometimes wearing my face, sometimes just a shadow with glowing eyes. I woke in the night, heart pounding, the whispering still echoing in my mind. The next morning, I found footprints near my tent. They were large and elongated, different from any animal tracks I had seen. They led toward a thicket where the trees grew thick and tangled. I hesitated but decided to follow them, drawn by a mixture of fear and curiosity. The path grew narrower and darker, the air cooler and heavier. At the edge of the thicket, I stumbled upon an old stone altar, moss-covered and worn by time. It was surrounded by symbols similar to those carved on the trees. The place felt charged with energy, like a focal point of the forest's ancient power. I touched the stone lightly and felt a sudden rush of images, faces, voices, moments from the past and present, all swirling together. I realized then that the woodsman was more than a ghost or a person. He was part of the forest itself, a spirit shaped by those who entered these woods. He learned from their voices, their fears, and their secrets. Each visitor left a mark, and the woodsman grew, changed, and remembered. That night, the whispers were louder, clearer. They told stories of hikers who had vanished, of travelers lost to the forest, of voices stolen and never returned. I listened, feeling the weight of countless lives woven into the darkness. The woodsman's voice was both a warning and a lament, a call to respect the forest and its mysteries. I knew my time was running out. The forest was teaching me, but it was also testing me. I had to find a way to leave, to carry these stories with me without losing myself. I packed my gear quietly, preparing for the journey back to civilization. As I walked through the trees the next morning, the tall figure appeared once more, standing at the edge of the clearing. This time, he did not wear my face. His eyes met mine, and I felt a strange connection, like understanding passed between us. He was not just a watcher or a predator, but a keeper of stories, a guardian of the forest's memory. I nodded silently, a farewell and a promise to remember. The figure faded into the trees, and the forest seemed to exhale, the weight lifting from the air. Walking out of the woods, I felt changed. The silence no longer felt empty, but full of meaning. The whispers had become a part of me, a reminder of the unseen and the unknown. The woodsman was no longer just a shadow at the edge of my camp. He was a story I carried with me, a reminder that some voices never disappear, they become part of the world, waiting to be heard. The forest seemed to breathe around me as I left the clearing that last morning, the tall pines whispering their secrets in the soft breeze. The weight of the woodsman's presence lingered like a shadow at my back, a reminder that some places do not easily let go of those who enter. I was exhausted in body and spirit, but a strange calm had settled over me, a sense of having walked through something larger than myself and come out changed. I spent the day retracing my steps along the winding trails, my senses sharpened by everything I had experienced. The woods looked familiar yet unfamiliar, each tree and rock carrying echoes of the stories I had heard whispered in the night. I noticed small details I had missed before, a cluster of bright moss glowing faintly in the shaded earth, the intricate patterns of spider webs catching the sun, and the distant call of a hawk circling overhead. It was as if the forest was alive in a way I had never seen, filled with layers of life and memory. Despite the beauty, a deep unease stayed with me. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often, half expecting to see the tall, thin figure standing silently among the trees. The woodsman was not just a shadow or a legend. He was real in a way that defied explanation, a part of the forest's soul that had intertwined with mine. I wondered if he followed me now, carried pieces of my voice and my story within him, as he had done with so many others. That evening, I camped near a small lake where the water was still and dark, reflecting the stars above. The night was quiet, save for the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. I sat by the fire, letting the warmth seep into my bones, and pulled out the notebook where I had been recording everything, the whispers, the sightings, the feelings that seemed impossible to put into words. Writing helped anchor me, a way to hold on to the fragments of reality when the forest threatened to pull me into its mysteries. As I wrote, the wind shifted, carrying a soft voice through the trees. It was the woodsman's whisper, gentle and knowing, calling my name like a distant song. I closed my eyes and listened, feeling the words wrap around me like a shroud. The voice spoke not in threats, but in memories, childhood moments, forgotten dreams, and the ache of loneliness that had followed me for years. It was as if the woodsman was not just a hunter but a mirror, reflecting parts of myself I had long buried. I responded aloud, speaking my fears and hopes into the night. The whisper softened and faded, leaving a silence that felt full and alive. For the first time, I did not feel afraid. Instead, there was a fragile peace, a sense that the woodsman and I had reached an understanding. The forest was not just a place of shadows, but a keeper of stories, and I was now part of that tapestry. The next day, I packed my gear and began the journey back toward civilization. Each step felt lighter, as if the burden of the woodsman's gaze had eased. The path was familiar now, marked by the memories and lessons I had gathered. I moved with purpose, knowing that the forest had changed me in ways I was only beginning to understand. As I neared the edge of the woods, I paused and looked back. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure watching me from the shadows, a tall man, thin and still, his eyes wide and unblinking. But when I blinked, he was gone, leaving only the rustle of leaves and the fading light. I stepped out of the forest and onto the road, the hum of distant traffic, a stark contrast to the quiet of the pines. The world felt louder and brighter, but the memory of the woodsman stayed with me like a secret I carried close to my heart. The whispers, the shadows, and the face in the trees had become part of my story, a reminder that the world holds mysteries beyond our understanding. Back in the city, life moved quickly, and the noise made it easy to forget the quiet power of the forest. But sometimes, in the stillness of night, I would hear the faintest whisper, a name carried on the wind. It was the woodsman's voice, reminding me that some things never truly leave us. They live on in the spaces between shadows, in the silence between words. I began to share my story with others, cautiously at first, then more openly. Friends and strangers alike listened with a mixture of fascination and disbelief. Some said I was lucky to have faced the woodsman and returned. Others warned me never to go back. But for me, the experience was a part of who I was now, a chapter in my life that shaped my view of the world and myself. The woodsman's game had taught me about fear, memory, and the power of stories. It was not just a haunting, but a lesson in listening to the whispers of the forest, to the echoes of the past, and to the voices within us all. I learned that facing the unknown does not always mean defeating it. Sometimes it means understanding and accepting it as part of the larger story. Now, when I walk in the city parks or near wooded areas, I carry the forest with me. The trees seem to watch and whisper, and I listen closely, knowing that every shadow holds a story, every silence a voice. The woodsman is still out there, somewhere in the pines, watching and learning, waiting for the next traveler to cross his path. And I am no longer afraid. The morning I finally left the woods felt different than all the others. The sunlight filtering through the trees was softer, almost like a farewell instead of a beginning. I packed up my camp slowly, not wanting to rush the moment, knowing I was leaving something behind, but not entirely sure what. The air smelled fresher, the weight of those nights beginning to lift, yet deep inside I felt that something had changed, inside me as much as in the forest itself. As I stepped onto the trail that led out of the woods, the tall pines whispered softly overhead, leaves brushing like gentle voices saying goodbye. For the first time in days, I felt a calmness that was hard to explain. I wasn't sure if the woodsman was truly a spirit or a shadow, or simply a manifestation of my own fears, but I understood that whatever he was part of the forest's story, and now part of mine. I thought about the game he had played, the way he used voices and memories to draw people in, how he wore my face that final night as if to remind me how deeply he had studied me. The woodsman was no longer just a figure on the edge of my campfire's light. He had become a reflection of the parts of myself I rarely faced, the fears, the secrets, the hidden stories that shape who we are. The path back wound through familiar sights, moss-covered rocks, sun-dappled leaves. The faint sound of a distant stream, but every step felt like a return from a journey, not only through the forest, but through my own mind and soul. I realized I had been both the hunter and the hunted, chasing understanding and running from the shadows within me. The woodsman had forced me to confront those shadows, and in doing so, he had shown me that fear can be a doorway, not just a prison. When I finally emerged from the trees, the world outside seemed louder and brighter, a place of noise and movement and life, so different from the quiet power of the woods. The city streets buzzed with people, cars, and light, but in that noise, I carried the forest with me. The echoes of the woodsman's whisper lingered in my mind like a song I couldn't forget, a reminder that some stories live on in the spaces between moments. In the weeks and months that followed, I found myself drawn back to nature, but with a new respect for its mysteries. I no longer saw the forest as simply a place to escape, but as a living storybook filled with voices both seen and unseen. The woodsman's game, the stolen voices, and the face in the shadows became a metaphor for the parts of ourselves we hide and the truths we must face to move forward. I shared the story cautiously at first, with friends and fellow hikers who understood the pull of the wilderness. Some listened with skepticism, others with quiet awe. The tale of the woodsman who learns from those who cross his path sparked questions and reflections about fear, memory, and the thin veil between the known and the unknown. The forest itself remains, ever-changing and eternal, holding the whispers of countless travelers who have come before and those yet to come. The woodsman is still there, a guardian or a trickster, a reflection of the forest's own soul. He watches, learns, and waits a part of the landscape as real and as mysterious as the trees themselves. I am no longer afraid to carry that story with me, to live with the shadows it cast and the light it revealed. The woodsman taught me that facing the unknown is not about conquering it, but about understanding it and finding peace within the ever-shifting dance of darkness and light. So if you ever find yourself alone in a forest and hear a whisper calling your name, remember this. Sometimes the voice is not a warning, but an invitation. An invitation to listen, to learn, and to become part of the story that the woods are always telling. And maybe, just maybe, you will find your own way through the shadows and into the light. The sun was just starting to slide down behind the trees when I pulled into the gas station. One of those old, half-forgotten places off Route 19, with cracked pavement, a flickering sign that barely lit the overhang, and a store that looked like it hadn't changed since the late 80s. The kind of place that sells cold sandwiches wrapped in cellophane and coffee that tastes like it's been burned into the pot. I wasn't in a rush, just needed to top off the tank and grab something to keep me awake for the last leg of the drive. It was quiet, no other cars at the pumps, no music playing over the speakers, just the click of the pump handle and the low hum of bugs coming to life in the dusk. I was halfway through fueling when I saw her. She came around from the side of the building, slow and hesitant, a teenage girl, maybe 16, maybe a little younger. She looked wrong, not injured, not messy, just off. Her clothes were clean, but her hair was damp like she'd just washed it in a sink. Her arms were crossed tight over her stomach like she was trying to hold something in. She didn't look at me at first, just stood a few feet away, shoes half off her heels, toes pointed slightly inward like she was unsure she was even supposed to be here. Then she looked up. Her eyes were too wide, unblinking, like she hadn't slept in days. I didn't say anything, just paused with one hand still on the pump, waiting. She stepped closer, barely a whisper of sound from her feet on the concrete. Her voice, when it came, was too low for anyone else to hear. "Can you give me a ride?" It came out shaky, almost too soft to understand. She looked over her shoulder quickly, then leaned in slightly. "Please, don't tell them." My first instinct was confusion. Them. I opened my mouth to ask what she meant. Then the door to the gas station swung open. Two men stepped out, matching uniforms, dark blue with badges over the chest, private security maybe, or some kind of station-branded rent-a-cop setup. I don't know. They looked official enough at a glance, but their shirts were too clean, and their boots didn't have a speck of dust on them. The girl straightened immediately, took a step back, eyes down. She didn't run, didn't protest, just turned and walked slowly, calmly, back toward the store. The taller man gave a little wave, smile wide but empty, the kind you give a stranger you're trying to reassure. The other one nodded once, eyes skimming over me and landing on the pump. Then the girl. Then me again. I gave a nod back, reflex. They followed her inside without a word. I finished fueling and stood there for a long moment with my hand still on the pump, even after the nozzle clicked. It was probably nothing, some misunderstanding, a runaway with a guilty conscience, a kid trying to scare someone for fun. But I didn't believe that. Something in the way she moved, the way she folded into herself when they walked out, that kind of fear doesn't come from nowhere. Inside the store, the lights were too bright, cold humming fluorescents buzzing overhead. The girl was nowhere to be seen. One of the men stood behind the counter now, fiddling with something below the register. The other leaned casually against a rack of chips. I grabbed a bottle of water and a pack of gum without really thinking about it, and when I walked up to pay, the man behind the counter smiled. Said something about the heat. His badge said, Hollis. The other guy was Ray. I nodded, said something generic about long drives, and tapped my card. The machine was slow. I glanced around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the girl. There was a back hallway behind the drink coolers, with a restroom sign above it. The door was closed. Ray followed my gaze. "Bathroom's out of order," he said. I nodded again. Hollis handed me my receipt and wished me a good night. I walked back to my car with that crawling sensation in my shoulders, the kind you get when you realize you're being watched just a little too closely, but can't prove it. Once I was back on the road, the silence felt heavier, like it had settled into the car with me. I drove for another hour before pulling off at a motel. I couldn't shake the feeling, even after a shower, even after flipping through late-night channels just to fill the room with sound. I remembered I had the dash cam running. I almost didn't check it, felt pointless. But curiosity is a strange thing. It nudges you, even when you're sure nothing new will come of it. I loaded the footage on my laptop and scrubbed through. There she was, walking up slowly, clothes clinging slightly to her frame like they hadn't dried all the way. I turned up the volume. "Can you give me a ride?" A little louder than I remembered. Her voice shook at the edges. "Please, don't tell them." Then the part I hadn't heard. As she stepped back and the men came into frame, she said it fast, barely audible over the hum of the pump and the wind in the mic. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." Then nothing, just her turning and walking away, just their smiles. I played it again, and again, and again. Each time her voice sounded a little clearer, not in volume, just in conviction. "Not really cops. Don't believe them." She said it with the kind of certainty people don't fake. I sat there for a long time, laptop open, room silent except for the buzz of the fridge. It didn't feel like a prank. Didn't feel like a kid acting out. It felt like something else. Something I'd stumbled into by accident halfway through a road trip, and I wasn't sure if I was meant to leave it behind. The next morning, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. I didn't sleep much, maybe a few hours, restless and shallow, waking at every noise in the motel hallway. I'd hear footsteps or a door shutting somewhere, and half expect to look up and see one of those men from the gas station standing outside my window. It was stupid, irrational, but I couldn't shake it. I got back in the car around 8, drove for an hour with the radio off. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw a white SUV a few cars back, keeping pace with me. Probably nothing. 100 people drive white SUVs, but I kept checking. At a rest stop just past the county line, I pulled into a corner spot and watched traffic come and go. It was quiet, mostly truckers and older couples. I parked, leaned back in the seat, and went through the dashcam footage again. The same moment played back, over and over her voice, soft and urgent, asking for help, saying those men weren't really who they claimed to be, saying not to believe them. I listened carefully, trying to pick apart every word, every sound in the background. I slowed it down, adjusted the levels. Nothing else jumped out. Just her words and the mechanical whir of the pump behind us. But something about the way she said it, the quick glance over her shoulder, the way she dropped her voice just before they appeared, it felt practiced. Not rehearsed, but like she'd done it before. Tried it before. Maybe with someone else. That idea stuck with me. Because if she'd asked before and she was still there, then it meant no one had helped. Or worse, someone had tried, and that's why she was still there. I opened my laptop and pulled up a search engine, typing in the name of the gas station printed on the receipt from the night before. Hollow Pines Fuel Go, just outside a place called Baxter. Nothing unusual on the first page. Address, phone number, one blurry street view photo from 5 years ago. A couple of reviews, mostly bad coffee complaints and price gripes. One mentioned weird hours. Another said the bathrooms were always locked. I searched the name of the town, Baxter, Georgia. Population under 2,000. A handful of local businesses. No official website. No local newspaper. It was the kind of place that sits just off the edge of a real map, technically there, but only barely. I dug a little deeper, searched for missing persons near the area. A few names came up, scattered over the last 10 years. One stood out, a girl named Mallory Denton, reported missing 4 years ago, 16 years old at the time. Last seen outside a small gas station off Route 19. There was a photo. I stared at it longer than I meant to. It wasn't conclusive, most grainy school photos aren't, but the eyes caught me. Same wide, haunted look. Same dark hair pulled back too tight. I couldn't be sure, but I couldn't ignore it either. A bad idea started forming in my head, the kind that scratches at the inside of your skull until you either do something about it or go a little crazy trying not to. I needed to go back. Not to confront anyone, not yet, just to see, to confirm something for myself. I told myself I'd only drive by. Just pass through, no stopping. A loop around the station, a glance at the door, and I'd be gone. Back on the road, back to real life. It was early afternoon when I got close. The road dipped and curved through a dense patch of trees, then opened up suddenly. There it was, the same crooked sign, the same sun-faded banner advertising a soda deal that had probably expired 2 years ago. One car at the pump this time, a blue pickup, old and rusted. No sign of the men, no sign of the girl. I drove past slowly, pretending to check directions on my phone. My eyes scanned the lot. The front door of the store was closed. One of the windows had a handwritten sign taped to it. Restroom out of order. I kept going. A half-mile down, I turned off onto a side road that curved behind the woods, pulled off into the gravel shoulder and sat there for a while. I wasn't sure what I was doing, trying to reason with myself, trying to build a case for why this wasn't my problem. She didn't even ask again, I thought. She walked away. She followed them. She chose to go back inside. But I didn't believe that. No one asks for help like that unless they've tried everything else. I waited another 30 minutes, then turned back. Drove around the opposite side of the block and parked where I could see the rear of the station through a break in the trees. It was almost silent out here, the occasional drone of insects, distant traffic, a dog barking far off, no movement around the store, no rear entrance, just a loading door that looked sealed shut with rust. I started the car again, rolled back toward the main road, and passed by once more. This time, I noticed something in the window. A board with paper slips pinned to it. Flyers, maybe ads, maybe something else. I couldn't be sure, but one of them looked like a missing poster. I slowed, just for a second, just enough to glance. The image was too small to make out from the road. But the paper looked aged, not new. Not something a place like this would normally bother keeping up. I didn't stop. I kept driving. An hour later, I checked the footage again. Played the girl's voice in my head until I could hear it without the audio. They're not really cops. Don't believe them. I tried to tell myself I'd done enough, that I'd looked, that I'd confirmed it was strange, yes, but not illegal, not something I could act on without more than a whisper and a bad feeling. But it didn't stick, because I knew I was already in it now, just by hearing her, just by not turning away. I got back to the gas station the next morning a little after 9. The place looked the same as always, same tired sign, same peeling paint, same flicker in the opened light above the door. There was a different car at the pump this time, but otherwise, it could have been any morning in the past 20 years. I didn't go inside right away. I sat in the car and watched. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels intentional, like the world is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I saw movement in the back window of the store, a quick shape. It could have been anyone. Hollis, Ray, the girl. I got out and walked to the side of the building, acting like I was just stretching my legs. There was a narrow alley between the store and the neighboring lot. I followed it. Trash bins lined one side, stacked pallets on the other. A back door locked and a small barred window too high to see through. A soft noise caught my attention, metal scraping lightly against metal. I paused, held my breath, nothing else. Just the hum of the ice machine around the corner and the slow creak of a plastic sign in the wind. I knocked once on the back door, not loud, just enough. Nothing. No footsteps, no reaction. Back in the car, I told myself this was a waste of time, that I had no plan, no reason to be here, but I couldn't drive away, not yet. So I waited. At 10:30, Hollis came out to sweep the front walkway. He didn't notice me until I stepped out of the car. "Back again," he said without much enthusiasm. I gave a half smile. Still on the road. He leaned on the broom. "You get lost or something?" "Just thinking about that girl." He didn't answer right away. Just looked at me for a long second before saying, "You're not the first person she's talked to." "Others stopped to help?" "Some tried. Most just drove off. She's got this way of pulling people in. Makes you think something's wrong." "Isn't there?" Hollis shrugged. "Depends who you ask." "She's still around?" "Not right now. Her uncle picked her up." "She told me you weren't real cops." That made him laugh again. Same tight, dismissive bark as before. "She doesn't know what she's saying." "What about Ray? He work here today." "Day off." I let the silence stretch between us. His hand tightened on the broom handle just a little. "She say anything else to you?" he asked. I shook my head. "Not really." "Best to let it go," he said. "She likes attention, that's all." I nodded like I understood. Then I bought a soda I didn't want, used the receipt to prove I'd been there, and left. Out on the road again, I checked the rear view more than usual. No white SUV, no blue pickup. But the feeling was still there, like I wasn't alone. Like something had been set in motion, and even though I couldn't see it, it was starting to catch up. I went back to the library. The same woman was behind the desk, wearing the same sweater and the same reading glasses. She looked up with a smile that faltered when she saw me. "You're back," she said, not quite a question. "I have a few more things I'm hoping to check." She led me back to the archive room again without asking for details. This time, I searched everything I could on Hollow Pines Fuel Go. Not much came up. A few mentions in the local business section. One article about a failed permit inspection from years ago. Another about a robbery, but it was brief and vague, no suspects named. Then I searched Ray and Hollis. I didn't know their last names, but I tried every combination I could think of Hollis security, Ray Baxter, Hollow Pines uniform staff. Still nothing. I tried Mallory Denton again, but there were no updates, no new sightings, no additional photos. Just that one grainy image and the same dry sentence. Last seen outside Hollow Pines Fuel Go. Back at the front desk, I asked the librarian if she knew the Denton family. Her mouth tightened. They moved a few years ago. Do you know where? No, sorry, but her voice didn't sound sorry. Did she go to school here? She nodded. Baxter High, quiet girl, smart. Was it a big deal when she went missing? She glanced toward the back room, as if to make sure no one else was listening. It was at first, but around here, things fade fast. People move on. Just like that? Her eyes softened. There are some things folks don't want to talk about. That night, I checked into a different motel, farther from town. I pulled the car around back, parked under a burned-out light, and backed up the dashcam files to my laptop. Then I did something I hadn't planned on. I emailed the audio clip, the part where Mallory speaks to a contact I hadn't spoken to in years, a friend from college who worked freelance cybersecurity now. She owed me a favor. I just wrote, "Need help identifying voices in this audio, especially the girl. Not urgent, but soon." I didn't tell her what it was or where it came from. Didn't say I'd heard the girl speak myself. Didn't say I thought she might still be alive. The next morning, I woke up to her reply. All it said was, "This is recent, because if so, you might be right." And below that, a name. Mallory Denton, Baxter, GA, still listed as missing, still flagged active. That voice is a match. The message stayed on my screen for a long time before I could bring myself to read it again. I don't know what I expected her to say, maybe something vague, inconclusive, but not confirmation, not that. Not someone else verifying the voice, confirming what I already knew deep down. The girl was Mallory Denton, still missing, still listed as active. And I'd seen her, heard her, less than 48 hours ago. I stared at the blinking cursor beneath her email. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, but I didn't know what to write back. What was I supposed to say? That I'd found her but done nothing. That I was sitting in a cheap motel with a growing stack of unease and no plan. Instead of replying, I closed the laptop and stared at the ceiling for a while. I was in it now, whether I wanted to be or not. That afternoon, I drove back toward Baxter, but I didn't go to the gas station. I parked near the diner a few blocks away. It looked abandoned from the outside, but a neon open sign buzzed faintly in the window. Inside, two people sat in a booth drinking coffee. One older man, one woman with a tired ponytail, and an even more tired smile. They both looked up when I walked in. The place smelled like burnt toast and old grease. I ordered a cup of coffee and sat at the counter, keeping my back to the door. The waitress came over. "Her name Tag," said Cheryl. "You're not from around here," she said. I gave a half shrug. "Just passing through." "You've passed through a couple times now." I didn't reply right away. After a moment I asked, "That girl on the flyer at the gas station, Mallory, you know anything about her?" Cheryl went still, just slightly. Her hand hovered over the sugar jar. "Why are you asking?" "She talked to me a couple nights ago." That got the attention of the guy in the booth. He didn't turn around, but I saw his posture shift. "She asked for help," I said. "Said not to believe the guys at the station." Cheryl glanced toward the window. "You should be careful what you repeat around here." "I'm not looking for trouble." "Trouble doesn't care what you're looking for." I sipped the coffee. It tasted like burnt paper. "She alive?" I asked. Cheryl didn't answer for a long time. Finally, she said, "She used to come in here, long time ago. Quiet girl, didn't talk much, but she always left a tip. One day she stopped showing up. Then the flyers went up." "You believe she's still around?" "I believe there are things people don't like talking about. People like Hollis and Ray." She flinched a little at the names. "I don't know what goes on over there," she said. "I don't want to know." The man in the booth stood up then, dropped a couple of bills on the table, and walked out without saying a word. I left a tip for the coffee and followed soon after. In the parking lot, I checked around the corner before heading back to my car. Nothing, no movement, just a crow on a telephone wire watching like it knew more than I did. That evening, I parked farther from town, just off an old dirt road. I sat in the car for an hour, windows cracked, engine off. I kept thinking about the girl's voice. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." That line looped in my head over and over like a stuck record. And then I did something I didn't plan. I pulled out my laptop and made a copy of the dashcam footage onto a fresh USB stick. Then I made two more. One went into the glove box. One into my coat pocket. The third I tucked into the motel Bible in the nightstand drawer. Insurance. Just in case. The next morning, I parked behind the hardware store next to the gas station. There was a narrow alley that ran between the buildings. I waited until a delivery truck pulled in and blocked the view from the street, then walked toward the back door of the station. Same locked door. Same stacked pallets. But this time, I noticed something I hadn't before. Scratches on the wall, faint, like someone had run their nails down it in frustration or fear. I knocked once. Nothing. I tried again, harder. Still nothing. Then a voice soft, right behind the door. "Who is it?" It was her, Mallory. I kept my voice low. "I saw you 2 nights ago. You asked me for help." Silence. "I believe you," I said. "I don't know what's going on, but I want to help." Another long pause. "They don't let me leave," she said. "Not really. They say I can, but I know they're lying." "Who are they?" "They're not cops. They wear the uniforms, but they're not real. I don't know who they are. I think they used to work here. but now it's different. I glanced toward the alley entrance. Still clear. Why are you here? Why stay? They watch everything. If I run, they say they'll tell people I made it up, that I'm just a runaway, that I stole from them. I don't even know if they can be caught. I have proof, I told her. Footage, audio. I can give it to someone. Another pause, then quieter. I've tried that before. You're not alone anymore. Footsteps. Fast, from inside. Go, she whispered. They're coming. I turned and slipped back around the building, heart hammering. Back in the car, I drove without thinking, zigzagging through side streets until I was back near the motel. I didn't go in, just sat in the lot and let the weight of what just happened sink in. Mallory was still there, still trapped, still scared. And I was the first person who had proof she ever reached out. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face behind that door. Mallory. Her voice was still in my ears, soft but scared. She was real. She was there. And I knew, with a kind of cold certainty, that if I didn't do something soon, she wouldn't be for much longer. I stared at the ceiling until the light outside turned from orange to blue. Then I made coffee in the motel room, the kind that comes in a pouch and tastes like burnt plastic, and sat with my laptop open in front of me. I played the dash cam clip again, watched the moment where she stepped into frame, leaned toward the car, and whispered what I now knew was more than just fear, it was truth. They're not really cops. Don't believe them. I tried to think logically. Mallory was missing, still officially flagged as such. The men at the station were posing as law enforcement, maybe ex-security. There was video. There was audio. I had her voice, and now I had a second encounter, recorded my conversation with her through the door, captured with a discreet voice memo app running in my pocket. I had proof. What I didn't have was trust in the system that should be handling this. If I went to the local sheriff's office, who would they believe? A stranger with shaky recordings and a gut feeling. Or the two locals who'd been running that station for who knows how long, men with matching uniforms and blank smiles. I pulled out my phone and stared at the contact list. There was one name I hadn't thought about in years, a guy I used to know from college, Chris Summers. He'd done a short stint in private investigations before moving into journalism. We weren't close anymore, but I remembered enough to know he didn't like letting things go when they smelled wrong. I hit call. It rang longer than it should have. Just when I thought it would go to voicemail, he picked up. Yeah? It's me, I said. Listen, I need a favor. What kind of favor? The kind where someone might be pretending to be dead, or disappeared, or both, and there's a gas station involved. He didn't answer for a second. Where are you? Georgia, near a place called Baxter. He sighed. Of course you are. All right, start from the top. I gave him the summary. Mallory, the audio, the uniforms, the locked door. I tried to keep it short, but once I started, I couldn't stop. Chris didn't interrupt. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. That's a lot, he said. I know. You still have the footage? I've got multiple copies. Good. Don't trust the cloud. Don't trust email. Print it if you can. Thumb drives. Mail one to yourself. I already did. Another pause. I'll be there in 12 hours. You're coming here? Hell yes, I'm coming there. If this is real, it's big. But you can't do anything until I get there. Don't confront them. Don't go back to the station. Don't try to talk to the girl again. I don't think she can wait much longer. And I get that, he said, voice tight. But if you disappear next, then no one can help her. Don't be a hero. Be a witness. I hung up and sat there for a while, feeling like the ground had started to shift under me. I spent the next hour driving back roads just to see if anyone was following me. I didn't see any signs, but that didn't settle me. It just made the silence heavier. Around noon, I parked across from the station again. This time I stayed in the car, watching from a distance. Hollis was outside, pretending to wipe the pumps down with a rag that was already dirty. Ray came out a few minutes later, carrying a box of snacks from the back. No sign of Mallory. No sign of anything out of place, at least. Not if you didn't know where to look. They talked like everything was normal, smiled at customers, sold coffee and gum. On the surface, it was just another roadside pit stop. But I saw the way they kept glancing toward the back of the building. At one point, a delivery driver pulled in. They met him outside. No one else went in or out during the drop. When the driver left, they locked the store door behind him, just for a moment. I watched Ray slip a key back into his pocket as they reopened. Control. They had complete control. That night, I printed copies of the missing flyer with Mallory's face and the date she was last seen. I pinned one to the bulletin board at the diner, the library, and on the inside of the motel lobby door. It was probably stupid, but I wanted her to see it, to know someone still cared. I didn't sleep that night either. At 2 a.m., I heard a car slow down outside my room. I didn't move. Lights passed across the ceiling, then silence. The car drove on. But the chill in the air didn't leave. Around 5, I packed everything I had into one small duffel and checked out of the motel. I drove to a different one, a few towns over, and waited in the lobby until I could check in. Used a different card this time, different name, just in case. Chris arrived just after lunch. He looked older than I remembered, hair a little thinner, shoulders a little heavier, but the moment he saw me, he was locked in. "You weren't kidding," he said. "I never do." We spent the next 3 hours going through everything: footage, audio, the photos I'd taken of the station, the notes I'd written after each visit, the flyers. Chris took it all in. At one point, he leaned back in his chair and muttered, "This is organized." "You think it's just them?" "No," he said. "I think it starts with them. But if this girl's been missing for years and no one's come looking, that means someone higher up is keeping it that way. So what do we do?" He looked me in the eye. "We hit it. One shot. We go back. We get her. And we bring it straight to someone who can't ignore it." "You mean the cops?" "I mean the press. We went back the next day just after 3 in the afternoon. Chris wanted daylight, said it was better for optics if we ended up needing to talk to someone official. Cameras don't lie, but people do, and people always feel bolder when it's dark. Daylight made it harder to pretend nothing was happening. He had gear better than mine, 2 body cams, small enough to clip behind a shirt button, 1 backup recorder on his belt, a second phone running a live feed to a locked folder. He worked methodically, like he'd done this before. He probably had. We didn't say much on the drive over, just ran over the plan again. I'd go around the back like before, knock once. Chris would hang back, watch from the lot, and follow if anything changed. It was hot again, sun beating down on the metal roof of the car, making everything feel slower, heavier. Hollis was behind the counter when we walked in. He looked up, and his smile didn't even flicker. "You boys need something?" Chris was already recording. I picked up a soda from the fridge, just like last time. "We're looking for someone," I said. "Mallory Denton." The smile dropped. "Don't know her." "She was here. We both saw her. She asked for help." "You've got the wrong place." Chris stepped forward. "You know she's listed as missing, right? Active case. You've got her flyer pinned up by the door." "That's old," Hollis said. "No one took it down." "Convenient." Hollis stepped around the counter slowly. "You want to leave now?" Chris didn't move. "No." That's when the back door opened. Ray stepped in, still wearing the same dark blue shirt, but now his sleeves were rolled up. He looked tired, or maybe just annoyed. "I'd go," he said. "We want to talk to the girl," I said. "There's no girl here." Chris reached into his pocket and pulled out the USB. "This has your faces, her voice, you telling people not to worry. You've been holding her here." Ray shook his head slowly. "You don't know what you're doing." "Maybe not," Chris said, "but someone will." They both looked at each other, just a flicker of communication, a second of decision-making. And then something changed. Ray stepped aside. "She's out back," he said. "Go get her." I didn't wait. I pushed past him and through the door into the back hallway. It was narrow and dim, just a cracked floor and a faint smell of mildew. Mallory was there, sitting on a bench by the storage room. She looked up when I came in. Her eyes were the same wide, cautious, but something had shifted. She didn't look afraid. She looked ready. "They said you came back," she said. I nodded. "We're getting you out of here." Chris came in behind me. He didn't say anything, just handed her a hoodie and a pair of sunglasses from his bag. She put them on without question. Out front, Hollis didn't stop us. Neither did Ray. We walked out the door like we were picking someone up from a shift. Once we were in the car and halfway down the road, Mallory finally spoke again. "They didn't hurt me," she said. "But they didn't let me go either. Not really." "You don't have to explain," I said. "I stayed because they told me no one was looking, that I was better off just staying quiet." Chris glanced back at her. "You're not invisible, not anymore." She didn't cry. She didn't thank us. She just looked out the window and didn't speak for the next hour. Chris made some calls, not the police, not yet. He had a contact at a national outlet, someone who specialized in missing persons, especially ones with holes in the official story. By the time we reached the next town, the audio files, dashcam footage, and body cam video were already backed up in 3 places and sitting in the inbox of someone who had the power to put it all in front of the right eyes. We booked 2 rooms, one for Chris and me, one for Mallory. She kept the door cracked between them and left the TV on all night, not for noise, just the light. The next morning, Chris's contact called, said they were putting a story together, wanted to talk to Mallory. He told them not yet, that she needed space. We spent 2 days in that motel, ate takeout, watched bad cable, sat in silence a lot. She told us pieces, slowly. She'd run away once, years ago, after a fight at home. Ended up at the gas station by chance. Ray was working there then. Said he knew someone who could help. Took her in, said he'd drive her to a shelter. Instead, he kept her in the back room for a night, then another. Said it was safer that way. Said he was protecting her. Said if she left, the cops would think she was a thief. It never got violent. That's what she repeated, like she wanted it to matter. But it was still a cage, just without bars. After a while, she stopped asking. A few people saw her over the years, she said. Truckers, travelers, a couple who passed through. She asked for help, but each time they'd smile and step in before she could say too much. Say she was confused, say she was their niece, their worker, their problem. She started to believe it, until I stopped and listened. 3 days later, we drove her to a safe house Chris knew, somewhere out of state, somewhere quiet. We didn't ask for details, didn't press. Before we dropped her off, she turned to me and said, "I didn't think anyone would come back." "I didn't think I would either," I said. She nodded, got out, walked up the front steps without looking back. Chris and I drove home in silence. The story ran the following week. Mallory's photo was everywhere, the audio, the footage, the flyer, everything. A public record, finally. The gas station shut down. Hollis and Ray disappeared before anyone could serve them. An investigation opened, but I don't know how far it went. Some things slipped through the cracks, but her name won't anymore. Every now and then, I check the online updates. Mallory hasn't resurfaced. She has a new name now, I think. A new life. The footage still lives on my laptop. I don't watch it anymore. Not because I'm trying to forget. Because I don't need to. It happened. She asked for help. And someone listened. This time, that was enough. The whole thing started with my 6-year-old niece, who spends a lot of time at my house here in Boulder. She is usually full of imagination and energy, but some of the things she has said recently have been so strange that I cannot just brush them off. It started when she told me about the tall man in the window. At first, I thought it was just a game she made up, or a way to entertain herself when she was bored. Kids have vivid imaginations, right? That was my first mistake. She described him as a tall figure who stands silently outside the window at night. She said he has scars on his hands and that he likes to stand behind my chair when I am sitting down. I remember laughing nervously when she told me this, trying to act casual and not let her see that her words were unsettling me. But it was hard to ignore the look in her eyes, the way she spoke as if he was real and waiting just outside the glass. One evening she was sitting at the kitchen table drawing pictures. She does that a lot, filling pages with colorful scenes and stick figures. But this time her drawings were different. She drew a tall, shadowy figure watching me while I sleep. The image was dark and detailed, with long fingers and eyes that seemed to follow the page. When I asked her about it, she said he wanted to play a game called Find the Key Before He Finds You. I did not know what to say. It sounded like something out of a nightmare, but coming from a child, it was all the more disturbing. I started paying more attention to the house at night. I kept the blinds closed and made sure the doors were locked, but sometimes I felt like I was being watched. The shadows seemed to stretch and move in ways that did not make sense. I told myself it was just my imagination, fueled by my niece's stories and drawings. But then, one night, a neighbor mentioned seeing a tall figure near my windows. They said it was always at night, standing silently just outside the glass. I was not sure if they were joking or trying to warn me, but the timing was too coincidental to ignore. The basement of the house had always been a place I barely went to. It was cold and dark, full of old boxes and forgotten things. But one day, while cleaning, I stumbled upon a door I never knew existed. It was hidden behind some shelves, locked tight and worn from years of neglect. I tried the handle, but it would not budge. The curiosity and unease I felt grew stronger. I called a locksmith to help me open the door. When it finally swung open, the sight inside made my blood run cold. The walls were covered in claw marks and handprints, all child-sized. It was like a secret prison or a forgotten room where someone had been trapped. I did not understand who could have made those marks, or why no one had told me about this door before. My niece's stories and drawings suddenly took on a new and terrifying meaning. The tall man with scars on his hands, the game of finding a key, the figure outside the windowsill was all connected to this hidden part of the house. I felt like I was unraveling a mystery that had been buried for years, one that involved a child and a presence I could not explain. Since then, I have been trying to make sense of everything. I keep a close eye on my niece and the house, listening for the knocking or tapping she says she hears from behind that locked door. I have started talking to neighbors more, piecing together what they know and what they have seen. The house feels different now, as if it holds secrets in every shadow and every creak. I am scared but determined to protect my niece and find out the truth. The tall man in the window is no longer just a story. He is a part of our lives, lurking in the shadows and waiting for the next move in a game I do not fully understand. But I know one thing: I will find that key before he finds us. It was hard to ignore the strange feeling that settled in the house after that first night my niece told me about the tall man. The way she described him, the scars on his hands, how he liked to stand behind my chair, kept replaying in my head. I told myself it was just a child's imagination, maybe influenced by a story she heard or a nightmare. But when she started drawing those pictures, things got a lot harder to dismiss. The drawings were dark and detailed, showing this tall figure looming over me while I slept, and little stick figures running or hiding. She said he wanted to play a game called Find the Key Before He Finds You, and it sounded like a twisted kind of hide and seek. I kept checking the windows and the front porch, making sure everything was locked. But sometimes, when the house was quiet, I felt watched. The shadows seemed longer and more menacing than usual. I caught myself peeking out the window late at night, expecting to see someone standing there, waiting. One night, I almost thought I did see a tall shape standing just beyond the porch light, but when I blinked, there was nothing. I started to wonder if my mind was playing tricks on me, or if there really was someone out there. Neighbors started to mention seeing things too, though none would talk about it openly. A few days after the drawings, one of them told me they had seen a tall figure near my windows at night. They said it did not come to every house, only to mine and maybe a couple of others nearby. It was strange how many people seemed to know something but pretended they did not. That added to the feeling of isolation, like I was stuck in a story that only I was reading. The basement door was another story altogether. I had never noticed it before, tucked behind old shelves and boxes. It was locked tight and looked like it had not been opened for years. When I finally got it unlocked, what I found inside was worse than I imagined. The walls were scratched and marked with claw marks, and there were handprints all over small ones, the size of a child's hands. The air was stale and cold, the kind of cold that creeps into your bones. I did not want to be there alone, but I had to know what was behind that door. I started to wonder if the tall man my niece talked about was connected to this room. The scars on his hands, the way she described him standing behind Mitt, all seemed linked. I asked my niece more questions, but she was vague, almost afraid. She said he watched me when I slept, and that the game was about finding the key to get out before he caught me. It sounded like something from a nightmare, but she spoke so calmly that it made me uneasy. I began to watch her more closely, trying to protect her without frightening her. Sometimes she would stare at the windows for long periods, or she would whisper to herself about the game and the key. I tried to distract her with toys and stories, but the tall man seemed to be always there in the background of her world. I felt helpless and scared, like I was failing to keep her safe from something I could not see or fight. My own sleep suffered. I kept waking up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, listening for the knocks or taps my niece said she heard from behind the locked door. The house felt alive in a way that was not comforting. The shadows moved differently, and the silence was thick with unspoken things. I would check the basement door repeatedly, making sure it was locked, but I wondered how long it had been closed off and what had happened down there before I moved in. I started to talk to neighbors more, gently probing for stories or memories about the house. Some were reluctant, others shared small bits. They mentioned children who used to live here, stories of disappearances and strange noises. None said much directly, but the hints were there, like pieces of a puzzle I was only beginning to see. It was clear this house had a history, and that history was not clean or simple. One day, I found a small old key on the floor near the basement door. It was rusty and heavy, with a worn wooden handle. I had no idea where it came from. When I showed it to my niece, her eyes widened, and she whispered, "That's the key. You have to hide it, or he will find you." I realized then that the game was more real and dangerous than I wanted to admit. It was not just a child's story or a way to pass the time. It was a warning. The feeling of dread grew heavier as the days passed. I could not shake the sensation that the tall man was always near, watching, waiting. The house felt smaller, tighter, as if the walls were closing in on me. I kept the key hidden, but I was afraid it was only a matter of time before the game started for me too. The line between reality and nightmare was blurring, and I was not sure where one ended and the other began. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind, or if there was truly something in the house with us. The scratches on the basement walls, the child-sized handprints, the stories my niece told all pointed to something real and terrifying. I did not know if I could protect her from it, or if I could even protect myself, but I knew I had to try. The game was not just a game anymore. It was a fight to keep us safe, to find the key before he found us. It was getting harder to pretend everything was normal. After my niece started talking more about the tall man and the game he wanted to play, I found myself watching every shadow in the house, waiting for something to happen. I told myself it was just her imagination running wild, but deep down, I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. When she described the scars on his hands, how he liked to stand behind my chair, and that he was always watching while I slept, it felt too specific and too real to ignore. The drawings she made haunted me. Each one showed the tall figure looming over the house or standing silently behind the furniture. There were even pictures of small keys, some hidden and some glowing, like they were important to finding a way out or keeping safe. When I asked her about the key, she said it was the only thing that could protect us, and we had to find it before he found us. It was chilling to hear those words from a 6-year-old, and I felt powerless to help. I started paying closer attention to the house at night. I kept the blinds drawn and the lights on as much as possible. Sometimes when I was in the kitchen or living room, I would catch a glimpse of something moving just out of sight, a tall shadow slipping past a window, or a figure standing quietly at the edge of the porch light. It was always gone by the time I turned to look. My heart would race, and I would tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but the unease lingered. Neighbors had been quiet about it until recently. A few approached me with stories of seeing a tall figure near my windows late at night. They said it only came to certain houses, and mine was one of them. I was struck by how many people knew about it but chose to stay silent. It felt like a secret, shared only in whispers and glances. The weight of that silence made me feel even more isolated in this strange situation. The basement door, hidden behind old boxes and shelves, became the center of my worry. I had not noticed it before, and its presence felt like a secret the house was keeping from me. When I finally got it unlocked and opened, the sight inside was terrifying. The walls were covered in claw marks and handprints, all small like a child's. The air was thick and cold, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer in that cramped space. It was like a prison or hiding place, and I could not understand why no one had told me about it. The connection between the basement and the tall man became clearer with each passing day. My niece's stories, the scars on his hands, the way she said he watched me sleep it, all pointed to something trapped or waiting behind that locked door. I became obsessed with protecting her and myself, always looking for that key she talked about. I hid it carefully, but the fear that it might not be enough was always present. Sleep became rare and restless. I would wake in the middle of the night, heart pounding, listening for the tapping or knocking, she said, came from the basement. The house felt alive in a way I could not explain, filled with whispers and shifting shadows. I tried to tell myself it was just stress in my imagination, but the evidence was too much to ignore. The house had secrets, and it was refusing to let them go. I spent more time with neighbors, asking questions gently, trying to piece together the history of the house. Some spoke of children who lived here long ago, others of strange noises and disappearances. The stories were fragmented, half forgotten, but they painted a picture of a place marked by sadness and mystery. I felt like I was living in the middle of a story I did not understand, caught between past and present. The tall man's presence felt stronger at times, like he was testing the boundaries, watching how I reacted. My niece would sometimes freeze, staring at a corner of the room where nothing was visible, and whisper, "He's here." I wanted to hold her close, to shield her from whatever this was. But I felt powerless. The game of finding the key before he finds us was no longer just her imagination. It was real, and the stakes felt terrifyingly high. I thought about calling for help, but feared that no one would believe me, that they would think I was overreacting or imagining things. The house, the tall man, the basement door, all of it felt like a secret I was forced to carry alone. The isolation was suffocating. I tried to stay strong for my niece, but some nights I felt overwhelmed and desperate. In those moments, I would sit with her, holding her small hand, and tell her that we would find a way through the game, that we would find the key and be safe. Her eyes, wide and trusting, gave me a sliver of hope. I promised her that I would not let the tall man win, that I would protect her no matter what. The mystery of the locked door and the claw marks lingered in my mind. Who or what had left them there? How long had it been hidden? The house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for me to uncover its secrets. I knew I had to find the key, not just for the game, but to finally understand what was happening in the shadows of my home. The nights were the hardest. After my niece talked more about the game and the tall man watching me, sleep became something I could only grasp in fleeting moments. The house felt heavier, like the walls themselves held memories I could not reach, secrets I was not meant to know. I started to keep a notebook by my bed, writing down every sound, every shadow, every odd feeling. It was a way to hold on to some kind of control when everything else felt so uncertain. My niece's drawings kept evolving. They were darker now, more detailed. The tall man was always there, his scarred hands reaching out, his eyes wide and empty. She drew the basement door too, the one we found locked and covered in claw marks and small handprints. She said it was where he waited, where the game really began. Sometimes she would whisper about the key, how it was hidden and how we had to find it before the man found us. I could see the fear in her eyes, but also a strange determination. I tried to shield her from the fear, but I was scared too. The tall man's presence was impossible to ignore. I started hearing noises at night, soft tapping, dragging sounds, and sometimes whispers so faint I thought I might be dreaming. I checked every window and door, locking and double locking, but the sense of being watched never left me. The house felt alive in a way that was not comforting. Neighbors began to share more stories, some hesitant, others with a knowing look. They spoke of shadows seen from their windows, unexplained noises, and a figure that moved silently around the houses at night. Some believed it was the spirit of a child lost long ago. Others thought it was something darker. The house and the neighborhood seemed tied together in a web of old secrets and half-forgotten tales. I became obsessed with finding the key. I searched the house from top to bottom, looking behind furniture, inside drawers, even in the garden. My niece helped sometimes, pointing out places she thought were important, or where the tall man might be hiding something. We never found it, but the search became a way to fight back, a way to reclaim some power over the fear that gripped us. One afternoon, I decided to explore the basement again. The air was cold and damp, the walls lined with old pipes and peeling paint. I shone a flashlight around, looking for anything unusual. The claw marks and handprints covered a section of the wall near the locked door. The marks were deep, almost as if someone had tried to claw their way out. I wondered how long ago they had been made, and what stories they could tell if walls could speak. I noticed something else that day, a faint smell, like something burnt mixed with damp earth, lingering near the door. It was faint but distinct, and it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I could not explain it, but it felt like a warning or a sign. I stepped back and took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. That night the knocking started again, soft and slow at first, then growing louder. It was not just at 2:47 anymore. It happened at odd times, sometimes multiple times a night. My niece clung to me, whispering about the game and the key. I tried to comfort her, telling her I would keep her safe, but the fear was real and deep, and I felt it too. I began to wonder if the tall man was not just watching us, but trying to communicate. The game, the key, the drawings, it felt like a message I could not fully understand. I tried talking to him silently, hoping to reach whatever was there, hoping to find a way to end the fear. Sometimes I thought I saw movement in the corner of my eye, fleeting and quick, like a shadow slipping away. My own dreams became strange and unsettling. I would dream of being chased through dark hallways and locked doors, searching desperately for a key that kept slipping through my fingers. The tall man was always there, his eyes wide and empty, waiting patiently. I would wake up gasping for air, the fear lingering long after I opened my eyes. I knew I could not keep living like this. The house was no longer just a place to live. It was a battleground. I needed to find answers, to find the key, and to protect my niece. The stories, the drawings, the marks on the walls, they were all pieces of a puzzle I was determined to solve. One day, while searching the attic, I found an old, dusty box filled with papers and photographs. Among them was a faded journal belonging to a child who had lived in the house decades ago. The entries spoke of loneliness, fear, and a strange figure that haunted the nights. The child wrote about a game and a key, about being trapped and trying to escape. Reading those words sent a chill through me. It was like the past was reaching out, telling its story through time. I shared the journal with my niece, hoping it might help her understand or find comfort. She listened quietly and then hugged me tightly. For the first time in weeks, I saw a flicker of peace in her eyes. Maybe, just maybe, we were not alone in this. The search for the key continues. I do not know where it is or what it truly unlocks, but I am not giving up. The tall man is still there, still watching, but I am stronger now. I am learning to face the shadows, to listen to the stories they tell, and to fight for the safety of the child who talks to the shadows and the family caught in their grasp. I could feel the weight of everything pressing down on me as the days passed. The tall man, the game, the locked basement door with its claw marks and handprints, all of it felt like a dark cloud hanging over our lives. My niece's stories grew more vivid and unsettling, and I struggled to keep my own fear in check for her sake. Some nights, she would wake crying, whispering about how the man was getting closer, how the game was starting, and how we needed to find the key quickly. I held her tightly, telling her that I would protect her, even though deep inside, I felt like I was losing control. I began spending more time in the basement, trying to understand what the locked door really meant. The room beyond was cold and damp, and the air felt thick with history and something else I could not explain. The claw marks on the walls told a story of desperation and fear, and the child-sized handprints made me imagine a trapped little person reaching out for help. I could not shake the feeling that this place was connected to the tall man my niece saw, as if his presence was tied to whatever happened in this hidden part of the house. I started searching for the key obsessively. Every nook and cranny of the house was examined, drawers opened, floorboards tapped, even the garden searched. My niece joined in, her small hands pointing to places that felt important to her, places where the tall man might hide the key or watch us from. We never found it, but the search gave us something to focus on besides the fear. It became a small act of rebellion against the unknown. Some neighbors shared stories that made my blood run cold. They spoke of children who had vanished or been taken long ago, of strange noises and shadows that haunted the neighborhood. One elderly woman told me about a family who lived in the house decades before, a family that had lost a child under mysterious circumstances. The details were vague, but the connection was there. It felt like the past was bleeding into the present, like the house held memories too painful to forget. I started keeping a detailed journal, documenting every strange occurrence and every word my niece said about the game and the tall man. Writing it down helped me make sense of the chaos. I noticed patterns, the times when the tapping started, the places where shadows lingered longest, the way my niece's drawings changed. It was like piecing together a puzzle with missing pieces, hoping to see the bigger picture before it was too late. Sleep was a rare luxury. The house was alive with sounds I could not explain, the creaks of settling wood, the soft scraping of nails on walls, the faint whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. I would lie awake, heart pounding, listening for the knocks that my niece said came from the basement door. Some nights, the tapping was frantic, as if someone was trying desperately to escape. Other nights, it was slow and steady, like a heartbeat. I found myself talking to the tall man, even though I was not sure if he was real or just a part of the darkness. I would whisper promises to protect my niece, to find the key, to end the game. Sometimes I thought I saw a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow retreating, a pair of eyes watching silently. It was both terrifying and strangely comforting, like a fragile connection between two worlds. The relationship between my niece and the tall man was strange and complicated. She was both afraid of him and fascinated. She told me about conversations they had, about how he was lonely and wanted to play but did not know how to join the living. She said he was sad and sometimes angry, but he never hurt her. It was a confusing mixture of fear and empathy that I struggled to understand. I reached out to a local historian who specialized in the neighborhood's past. She shared records and stories that confirmed some of the things I had heard from neighbors. The house had a dark history, with reports of disappearances and strange occurrences dating back decades. The locked basement door, she told me, was rumored to hide secrets that many preferred to forget. It was as if the house itself was a keeper of untold stories. The pressure of all these discoveries and fears began to wear on me. I felt exhausted and overwhelmed, caught between protecting my niece and uncovering the truth. I worried that the tall man's presence was growing stronger, that the game was closing in. The key felt like the only hope, a way to break free from the cycle of fear. One evening, while helping my niece with a drawing, she suddenly stopped and pointed to a spot on the page. "There," she said quietly. "The key is there." It was a simple sketch of the basement door with a small glowing shape next to it. I took it as a sign and decided to search that area again, this time more thoroughly. We moved boxes, lifted floorboards, and checked every crack around the door frame. Finally, hidden beneath a loose floorboard, I found an old, rusty key. It was heavy in my hand, cold and worn. Holding it, I felt a mix of relief and dread. This key might unlock the basement door, but what waited behind it was still unknown. That night, I sat with my niece and told her that we had found the key. Her eyes lit up with a mix of hope and fear. We made a plan to open the door together, knowing that it was a step into the unknown, but also a chance to end the game. We promised to watch out for each other and to face whatever was there with courage. As I write this, the key lies on the kitchen table, and the basement door remains locked. We are preparing ourselves for what comes next. I do not know what we will find or how it will change everything. But I know that we are not alone, and that the game, the tall man, and the secrets of the house are part of a story we are only beginning to understand. The key sat heavy in my hand as I stood before the locked basement door. It was the moment I had been dreading and anticipating all at once. My niece's small fingers wrapped tightly around mine, her eyes wide but resolute. The game we had spoken about so many times was no longer just in her drawings or whispered words. It was real. It was happening now. I took a deep breath and slid the key into the rusty lock. It turned with a creak that echoed through the quiet house like a distant warning. The door swung open to reveal a narrow, dark stairwell descending into cold, musty air. The basement beyond was dimly lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. The claw marks and child-sized handprints were even more chilling up close. The walls seemed to close in around us as we stepped inside, the silence broken only by the soft tapping of our footsteps. I held my niece close, feeling the warmth of her small body against mine, steadying both of us. She whispered about the tall man waiting in the shadows, watching us, and I could feel his presence in the room like a cold breath on my neck. The basement was filled with old furniture, forgotten toys, and dusty boxes, but the sense of something unseen lurking was overwhelming. We moved carefully, searching for any sign of the key's purpose, or what the game really meant. In a far corner, behind a stack of broken crates, we found an old wooden chest, locked and heavy with age. My heart pounded as I slid the key into its lock. It fit perfectly. The chest creaked open to reveal worn papers, faded photographs, and a small, tattered doll with one missing eye. The photographs showed a little girl playing in the yard, her smile bright but eyes sad, and a tall man with scarred hands standing nearby, always watching. As I sifted through the contents, I realized we had uncovered the story behind the tall man and the locked door. The girl in the photos was the child who had been trapped in the basement years ago, and the tall man was someone who had watched over her, or perhaps kept her there. The game of finding the key was a plea for freedom, a desperate hope to escape the darkness that had held her captive. My niece clung to the doll, her small voice trembling as she asked if the tall man was still there. I told her that sometimes people and memories stay in places long after they are gone, but that we had found the key to unlock the past and bring light into the shadows. It was a beginning, a way to end the fear and the waiting. Over the next days, I worked to bring the basement into the light, clearing out the old and forgotten, turning the space from a place of fear into one of remembrance. I contacted local historians and community members to learn more about the family who had lived here before and to honor the memory of the child who had suffered. It was a painful process, but one filled with healing. My niece's fear gradually eased as she understood more about the story and saw the changes we made. The tall man no longer appeared in her drawings or whispered in the night. The game was over, and with it, the shadow that had hung over our lives began to lift. The house felt lighter, filled with the warmth of hope and new beginnings. Looking back, I realize how fragile the line between past and present can be, and how the stories we uncover can shape our understanding of the world around us. The child who talked to the shadows was never truly alone, and neither was I. Together, we found the courage to face the darkness and the strength to bring the light back into the house. If you ever find yourself haunted by the unknown or caught in a game you do not understand, remember that there is always a key, sometimes hidden, sometimes lost, but waiting to be found. And sometimes the bravest thing we can do is turn the lock and open the door.